Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram. And this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 737. Hopefully, you guys have had a great day. I've had a great day myself. Looking to hang out with this fine gentleman right here. You recognize him from chat, Mr. Ryan Korkowski. I'm sorry, I mispronounced that. You want to tell us how you're doing and where we can find you?
That's Ryan Korkowski. You can find me on Facebook /Potluck Farms. Ryan, it's the Instagram /Ryan Korkowski or Facebook /Ryan Korkowski, I guess, for now.
Right on. So, how you doing this evening? What'd you bring to smoke on?
I've got some gelato cake and some black runts, I think, right now.
That's a pretty awesome piece we're looking at there. What are we looking at?
I do yard art just when I'm bored or as a pastime. This is it's kind of serendipitous. It's from a John Deere number 420 rotary hoe, is what this blade thing is from. And then I'll take a sickle mower blade like this, and get my camera skewed here. And then they're flowers, like this gets jammed into there. And I don't know, this particular one glows in the dark. So it's kind of neat, I guess. I don't know. But I really got to layer them up with like glue. Like this is like half an inch deep worth of glue and shit.
Pretty awesome.
I figured I won't let this American one be the only one that's got the disembodied head.
Yeah. I like the colors. The colors most certainly pop.
Yeah, and what I use glow in the dark glue. It's got like the sparklies in it, and then I got a few different colors of that, and then this is actually nail polish, like this color, and this is nail polish. But I've got quite a few of them. I'll probably work on a few different ones as I go. Going to add layers on them, and we got the Vikings colors on the rear side of this one.
Get this chat brought up. So heck yeah. So you know the deal where we usually start this. I guess when was the first time you ever seen or used cannabis, my friend?
Well, it had to have been in 5th or 6th grade when I had my wonderful DARE education. And remember, I won the essay and I got a free T-shirt. Still got it somewhere around here. But and then I remember in what was it, 7th grade, they actually brought in a suitcase that had all the sorts of different drugs on it, and they had a guy that came in and was supposed to scare us straight. He's this long-haired hippie guy, and I can still remember the story like word for word, where he told a story about how he was tripping on acid and he ended up finding himself inside of a telephone booth. I don't know if kids know what those are or not, but and that the floor of the telephone booth swirled around and he was falling through the telephone booth. And I thought I need to try this drug. And everyone else is like appalled by it, like, oh, this guy's almost killed himself, But I remember me and one other kid after class, out of 100 kids, there's the two of us came up and actually were looking at the suitcase and all that shit. And then as you fast forward to, it was the summer before 8th grade. I was me and a buddy were riding dirt bikes out in the sand pits out in the country, and we came across a bunch of plants that DARE told us were marijuana plants. We just saw the big leaf and we go, wow, cool, there's that marijuana stuff. So we plucked all the leaves off this and we were drying it in deer stands and drying it every way we could with like hair blowers and or hair dryers and just smoking it, and just our head is getting really hot, and it's like, well, maybe this is what feeling high is. So this is kind of cool. I like this. So we're just smoking dry leaves for a while there. And then my first kegger party I was ever at, which was think it was right at the end of 8th grade. Me and a whole bunch of buddies walked like a mile to go to this field, and we picked until our jinko pockets were full of this fucking wet weed, and we went back to the party and we're smoking on it like kings. And this older gentleman came up to me and he said, "Are you the one with all the weed?" And I was like, "Oh yeah." He handed me a chamber pipe, like the old school chamber pipes, and he opened it up so the bowl was on the top, so the chamber was the bowl, and so it was like 2 bowls worth of chamber buds in there. And he handed me the pipe and he told me to go in the back of the woods and to smoke it by myself and to not come back until it was empty. And I emptied my pockets, and I've been a pothead ever since.
Sorry about that. That's an awesome story. I always think it's funny that when the dare the dare is the beginning of the story, the thing that was supposed to kind of keep us off the drugs as well.
Yeah, I'd have never known what that plant was if it weren't for dare, you know? I mean, I didn't even though my parents smoked when I was a kid, I didn't know it, or I wasn't aware of it, you know. They kept it away from us and shit. So, and you know, I didn't have any brothers and sisters that did, so it was just kind of lucked into it that way, I guess. And the funny thing is that, so for years and years, I thought that it was feral hemp there that I was smoking on. And but after I started actually growing, I went back there several years ago and talked to the farmer and asked if I could go search his property for feral hemp. And I told him my little story, and he said, "Well, yes and no and no." He goes, "The thing is that your story's wrong, because my dad used to be kind of a slanger back in the day, or a kingpin back in the day, and he used to have several acres of marijuana growing back here in the 80s. So what I'd actually was smoked on first was some feral hemp from some 80s weed, but I couldn't find any when I went back there, unfortunately."
Bummer. That's awesome to hear that it's your family or your dad, you know, grew weed. Did you know he was growing weed when he was growing weed?
No, my dad didn't grow weed. He the guy that owned that sandpit land did. But
Oh,
my dad, the first time I found out about him being a pothead as a younger man was when I was going through his yearbooks one day, and every other signature on there said something to do with weed. And kind of blew my mind, because when I was growing up, or especially when I started smoking weed and everything, he was kind of a hard ass on it, you know. And um so it really surprised me to learn that him and his buddies used to get Hawaiian weed shipped on the airplane back from Hawaii when he was a kid or in high school.
how do you think it was so easy for them back then? And like it's so tough now. It seems like, you know, when it was more illegal, it would have, you
Yeah,
know,
I don't know, but it's another time, I guess. I mean, I couldn't say.
so I guess where'd you go from that first time? Was it an everyday thing? How'd you manage to, I guess,
Well,
get
from there, so
all
I grew up in one town, and I well, actually, I was born in one town, and lived there until I was in kindergarten. And then first grade through sixth grade, or through seventh grade, I went to another town. I moved back to the first town I was born in for 2 years, and that's where I found the hemp and everything. And then I went back to the other place. And so I, like, after that first time I'd smoked the real weed or whatever, I knew that's what I wanted to smoke. But when I went right back um to the other town, I should say, all my friends that I had known 2 years prior seemed to kind of all be potheads then. They're like 7 out of 10 of them were, at least. So it kind of worked out to where I didn't have to actually find where the potheads were, because I knew them already. It's kind of a weird instance. And then from there, I began smoking pretty regularly. I mean, when I turned 16, I started roofing, and for a family member, and they paid me in half weed, half cash. And I at some point on a payday, I had to like I got a half pound weed for my paycheck, and because I didn't have a scale at the time, I had them weigh it out into like a couple or maybe a QP of it was weighed out in quarters and eighths and shit. And not that I was a big weed dealer, it was just kind of convenient at the time. And we ended up, I was with my boss, and they were at the hardware store, and apparently they were trying on watches or something like that in there. And the store owner had followed them out of the store, and they were going to fill up some propane tanks. And I was sitting in the work truck, like on the other side of the parking lot, as a cop pulled in, and I'm like, oh shit, what's going on here? And apparently the store owner had thought that they were trying to steal these watches, and they searched him and they didn't find anything. And the cop looks at me and he says, well, does this guy have anything to do with it? And the store owner, he says, no, he's never been, I've been keeping an eye like a hawk leg on these guys. This guy has nothing to do with it. But he said, oh, I still think I have reason to believe, or reasonable suspicion or whatever. So he tapped his, I remember he tapped his night, or his flashlight on my pockets, because they were just swelled up. So, do you got anything in them pockets there? And I pulled out an ounce of weed and I threw it right in his face, and it felt fucking amazing to do that. But I said, yeah, I do. And the weird thing is that because I was a juvenile and they had to take me to juvenile detention, they didn't have a holding area there to hold me in. He asked me if there was anywhere that I could go until they could find an escort for me. So I said, well, yeah, you can bring me to my boss's house, because he was an outstanding citizen. They didn't know he was a weed dealer. And so I went there, and I think to this day, I don't think I've gotten that high in that short of a period of time, where him and his boys sat there with me, and we smoked, I mean, bowl after bowl after bowl until the cops showed up again. And yeah, well then I went to boot camp because of that. I got a felony possession with intent to deal, and went to boot camp where I got to chop logs when you get in trouble, and go on like a 2-week hike out in the woods at the end of it in the below zero temperatures in Minnesota. And but the cool thing was that when we got there, our choice was to either or they'd give you like a placement test to see how what grade level you're at. And me and one other guy we were both in there for like within an ounce of each other of weed. And we were the only ones that passed our test. We got like a 13 or whatever of it. And they said, well, either you can take your GED right now, or you can go to school every day for 4 months. So we're like, well, we'll take our GEDs. We each got our GED, and we were both accepted to college while we were 16 years old. And then we just sat and played Sims on the computer for 4 months straight, when all the other kids were sitting there learning their ABCs.
Pretty damn awesome right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gives you a little jump start on life there.
Yeah. I never actually went for what I had signed up for it from the school, but I did end up going to college when I was 19 for a couple semesters to be a computer technical support specialist. But I ended up getting in a car accident, and a lot of the classes are like 4-hour classes where you can only miss one semester or whatever. And I'd missed my fair share, so I became a carpenter, and I've been doing that ever since for 20 years.
Nothing wrong with being a carpenter. Amazing field. Carpenter.
Yeah.
So. Well, I have no regrets about taking that path myself. I love
Oh no, you get to be outside all the time, or at least on different job sites all the time. And there's nights where there's definitely shitty parts about it too, but I much rather would have been doing that my whole life than sitting in front of a computer, whether I was a millionaire that way or not.
percent agree with that for sure. I thank you for the honesty about, actually being paid in weed. I said that one night on the fucking panel, and I'm like, I looked at everybody. I'm like, don't, no, don't say it. Don't, no, don't act like none of you guys have ever been paid in weed. And I look up, and it was like blank faces across the panel. I'm thinking, come on, come on. You never been paid in weed at all? I don't know, but I think it's awesome that you have been as well.
Oh yeah, I felt on top of the world there. And yeah, so like, and so that was it was actually my stepdad's cousin at the time. I suppose I'm incriminating him, but been it's been long enough now anyway. But so my parents got divorced shortly after I had my first encounters with weed or whatever. Um, and that's also right before they were divorced was the first time I realized my dad knew what a pot plant looked like too, because I had a seed that I was what would technically be the first plant I ever grew. I think I was still 16 maybe, and I had a little seed in a cactus pot that I was growing. And I mean, the thing was not. It was. I mean, I don't think that it was past the cotyledons. It was just an inch tall, and he knew right away what that was, and he said, "Get that out of my fucking house." But so my parents got divorced, and then turns out my mom remarried relatively quickly, and the guy that she remarried was a grower, who lived out in the sticks, and the first plants I ever grew were he handed me it was like a pill case. I don't know, 4 inches tall or something like that, 2 inches wide, and it was full of seeds. And he said, "These are all Jack Pine Thunderfuck." And he said, "Half of them probably won't even pop," but he goes, "You'll get a couple plants out of there." And all he told me was, "The males have balls, and you don't want males." And from then on, I grew those. I had them in. I think I had a whole bunch of 5-gallon buckets, and I had like 4 plants per bucket. And we lived out in the middle of nowhere where there's a whole lot of woods, so the deer got half my plants. Luckily, I'd put them in different spots or whatever, and I I gave them Miracle Grow like 5 times the strength of what it called for, and uh, just grew these huge bushy plants, and they were just smelt amazing. And it actually was so it was right at the time when I was growing those plants when I got busted or whatever. And um they had I contacted a buddy of mine that came and took him over to his place. And because me and him had grown up where we kind of had a mutual friendship, because we both had a parent that grew. um I mean, my stepdad was just a hills. He didn't grow the type of weed the other, like his dad grew. Fucking, he had a hydroponic setup up above his garage and everything, and it was some really dank shit. It was and it's kind of serendipitous because he just had Breeder Steve on here the other day, where the first real like name strain I've ever smoked was he had some sweet tooth that he grew, and this was back in the 90s still. And like I guess I just talked to him about it the other day, and he said that his dad actually went to Amsterdam to get the seeds from Sensi Seed Company or something like that. And it was that, and then there was bubblegum was another one, and I forget there was a third strain too, but I forget what the third one was.
All good ones. All good ones. You got a lucky start there.
Oh yeah, and I mean just fresh as hell too. I mean I mean, I'm sure they weren't even fully cured yet, looking back at it. But yeah, that was definitely a change from all the brickweed that I would smoke. I mean, that's kind of when I was a teenager. That was kind of my thing. That I mean, I was a total pothead. But I had the connection. I knew a couple guys that sold weed, so a lot of times I would just I lived in a small town, like maybe 5,000 people, and people would cruise the strip every night, where they'd go from one end of town to the other and back and forth. And eventually you'd find a party somehow doing that. And I would just sit there in the park and wait. People would pick me up, and I'd go grab them an eighth of weed and get stoned with them and get a bowl for myself and repeat. And I did that for quite a while until I would get stuff fronted or whatever. But yeah, back in the days of brick.
Man, I do not miss them. I honestly hope the future generation again never knows the birthday.
And then, well, so then the weird thing is, so I ended up one year back, must have been in like the early 2000s. One of my bosses told me, he said, well, either you can stick around here in the shop all winter, and I'm gonna give you the least amount of hours I can and the worst jobs I can, or I can give you a ridiculous raise right now so that unemployment will pay you more than what you're making right now, and me and my wife can go to Aruba for the winter. And I said, well, yeah, I want the second one. So I ended up getting something like $15 or whatever it was, $10 and $12 an hour unemployment. And I had a buddy that was initially from California that had came out to Minnesota to, and he worked with me for a while, and we would take him on road trips after work. And to us, it wasn't anything. We're just driving, with from see this lake or see this lake, whatever. But to him, it was seeing Minnesota was something new. He'd never seen green grass like that, or it was like, or lakes everywhere. And to him, it was an experience. Whereas to me, it was just secondary nature or whatever. It wasn't anything special. But he kept telling me for years that, well, you got to come see my neck of the woods. And I always thought, well, California, that's the movies. I can't. That's not attainable. Until that one year when I found myself with the winter off and some time to spare, or some money to spend. Hopped on a plane out to California, and like he saved up, like him and his mom would go to the clubs all the time, and they saved like the best top shelf bud from each visit for like months before I got there. And before, like I've been smoking weed, at that point for maybe 10 years already. So or a little bit less than that. And I thought that I'd smoked some really good weed by then, but I was higher than I'd ever been well, it'd be a close tie to the time I got caught or whatever. But before we even left the airport parking lot, because it took us like an hour to get out of the airport, I had smoked like the best 5 strains of weed I'd ever smoked. And I realized that there was a whole different world of weed out there than I was aware of. I remember
That's
that.
awesome. So,
Like,
what were the differences at that point? I mean, what really stood out as differences?
well, for the first thing was that we barely ever got names with our weed. Every once in a while there'd be an AK-47 or a White Widow or something that would sneak in, but normally it was just, these are your beasters from BC. And I didn't even know beasters meant British Columbia till not the recent future. But it'd be your swag or your mids or whatever. But it was never anything, never any top shelf type shit. And when I went out there, I mean, I remember green crack was really big at the time, and so was Chem Dog. And yeah, I just I smoked myself stupid for 3 months up there. It was nice. But I mean, and then the other thing I remember too is they had the Furps, they called them. Because another strain that I loved that I've never tasted since was Purple Diesel #2. It was in Hollister, California, back in the early 2000s, and that shit was just amazing. But I mean, it was to the point where like perps were becoming a big thing too, where they had shit on the black market out there called Furps, where people would actually they take like a Chem Dog strain and they grow it with purple food coloring. But you would know the difference because of the smell. The smell was like, they had a really specific smell to the purple strains. And also like the Furps, you would be able to, like the stems would be purple too. Where on the regular just a purple strain, and the stems would tend to be a greenish or yellow color, a different color. But yeah, it was kind of crazy, and they get the same amount too for them. It was, I don't know, it's crazy.
So I guess up to this point, how was you growing there? I guess was your soil
What's that?
the plants you were growing in the beginning there, were they soil?
Yep, they were. Yep, they were just a mixture of soil, and I want to say I had rocks in the bottom or something like that. But I never really grew them to where that was just like technically the first time I grew weed. Um, as far as growing them, like seriously, it's only been since 2019 is when I really started. Um, I I've dealt with it here and there since then, but that's when I actually started on a big scale. Bear with me a sec. I'm packing a bowl here.
Please do. It's unfair that I'd be the only one.
But so yeah, so um, in 2019, a buddy of mine opened up a CBD dispensary, and he also got a grow license to grow, and but he wasn't really familiar with growing, and but he knew I dabbled with a little bit, and I was already kind of helping him out doing. I did a lot of fixing buildings and stuff on his farm, and at the time I was clearing out a property for him. I started doing reclaiming lumber and shit, and he had a property that had a whole bunch of old farm buildings on it that I was reclaiming at the time. I think some of these wheels might even be from that property, but but he had I had maybe like a 3 month notice or something like that I was going to be growing hemp the following spring, and so I just started hitting YouTube hard and hitting the internet hard, and I mean, listening to all the old Kiss Organic, Tad Hussey's uh, podcasts, and all the old got really into the living soils and Lane Ingham and all that shit, and Matt Powers and Gabe Brown and all these guys, and um, listening to Shango Los, and a whole bunch of guys that had plenty of content out there. And then the endless the YouTube pages, that the educational ones too. I mean, and just kind of deep dove into that, and that's all I did for months and months was think about how I would plan these things out. And then that when 2019 hit, we did it was 4,000 plants, and the guy I was growing them for, he's kind of headstrong, and he was when he saw me messing with all these teas and everything, he figured that he was going to make a tea himself. And he let's just say that his went anaerobic really bad, but he kept feeding it to his plants, and I kept telling him, like, you're going backwards, man. You're hurting everything, and he ended up yeah, it was bad news. But and then he gave me like a dozen plant, or a dozen he let me play with a dozen plants out of the 4,000. And so I took like a dozen plants, and I trained them and whatnot, and fed them my teas, and this and that. And those plants, I mean, they each, I'm trying to think of what each plant was, probably like a half a pound or something like that, when his plants were a quarter pound at the most. I was gonna see if I was prepared here, or I meant to be prepared to have all these pictures all in a nice ready folder and everything, but that didn't happen, apparently here. But yeah, if I can find these pictures of them, they were kind of crazy how night and day it was. But in any case, so from that at that point, um, we learned like at the first he had planned on everything going to extraction, going to oil, but after smelling these plants and everything, it was like I told him, man, there's some nice colas in here. You ought to sell. We ought to fucking cure some of this. And so I deep dive on curing and everything, and um, jumped into curing. I mean, the first year was, God, I can't remember how many pounds, but it was a couple hundred pounds to the point where we allegedly might have hired some Amish girls in the community here. They kind of it's kind of kind of like hiring Mexicans out in California, I would imagine, at the Home Depot. But we'd hired a group of Amish girls, and I trained them in on how to trim flower. And I couldn't explain what a trichome necessarily was, but they kind of gave an idea. And yeah, we had I think it was like 8 girls for a week doing 8-hour days of trimming flower. But it was kind of crazy because so they would, like, the first couple of days, like, we would have the country music station playing on really quietly in the background. And one of the girls must have actually, like, apparently she had worked at a greenhouse somewhere where she knew the country songs, and she was sitting there singing like every other song on the radio, like a rock star, just singing them fucking awesome. And like half the girls were like in awe of her, and half the girls were like, "You're going to hell." And it was kind of a weird thing to see. But at the same time, for those first couple of days, they were just being girls. They were constantly giggling and gossiping with each other in Low German. I didn't understand what they were saying, but they'd all do all this shit. But after 2 days, I kind of got sick of listening to the country music. So I don't know if you're familiar with Crime Pays but Botany Doesn't. He, he's a he's a YouTube channel that is it's hilarious. He's a botanist that's originally hails from Chicago, and he walks around and goes around. I mean, all around the country and different countries too, all around the world, I should say, and just describes plants. But he gets really in depth. So um, talks about the different sex parts on them, everything. But he'll catcall plants. He'll hoo hoo or whistle at them, and talk about their sexy parts and everything. And they, like I say, for the first 2 days that those Amish girls were there, they were just nonstop gossiping and laughing and shit. But for the next 2 weeks, I played nothing but Crime Pays but Botany Doesn't podcasts, and they were just mamas. I mean, just quiet the whole time, and unless if he would, cat call a plant or something like that, they'd all start giggling. Um, if I were to do it again, I wish I would have showed them the pictures, because they were, just because they grew up in the garden, so they knew all about a lot of plants, but they'd never seen a cactus before. Didn't know what it's kind of an odd thing.
So
But yeah, man.
cannabis hasn't always been legal. Has cannabis ever got in trouble?
Um, say that again.
Said cannabis hasn't always legal. Has cannabis ever gotten you in any trouble?
Well, the one time when I went to the boot camp, but since then I've had various, I mean, uh, paraphernalia possessions and shit like that, but nothing ever huge. And in Minnesota, it still is illegal as far as marijuana is considered. Um, when I was doing the hemp, it was under a license, so it was perfectly legal. But we're still waiting for the marijuana to be legal here. But I guess I'm okay with waiting on that.
I can't believe that there's such a lag, to be honest with you. It's kind of silly how we're a country, but yet, you can go from region to region.
Well, a lot of, like, I
Take
know
a
in Minnesota,
gas and be safe in trouble, safe in trouble.
yeah, a lot of it has to do with with the government. I mean, legislation, where, like, I know in Minnesota here is one of the states where they had like a, what do they call it? Like a raffle or like a lottery, to where, they only allow so many corporations to grow the medical marijuana. And in Minnesota, there's two companies that were allowed to do it. One of them was owned by the family of a former governor of the state or something like that, or former senator. And I forget the connection with the other one, but Green Thumb Industries ended up buying the one, and they're based out of Chicago. I think they're the largest marijuana company in America still, but I believe for the longest time there, they only operated in states that were like Minnesota, where there was only a medical program. So that way they own the market, so to speak. And I imagine that's why it's taking so long for the national legalization, because these certain states want to get all they can out of those when they have the monopoly on it, type of deal. At least I assume I'm not sure if that's the case, but
Badass. How many of these do you make? How many have you made?
I've probably made a dozen or so. Yeah, I plan on being painting right now, but I'm busy trying to pack a bowl one-handed here. I had a plan to where I was gonna have two cameras going so I could be hands-free a little bit more, but instead I got to hold the camera with one of my hands here. But
Shit happens, my friend.
well, no, like I've got several ones here too. That this one's kind of a one I've hit up next here. Or like say I make all sorts of wood stuff too, or I have in the past, like screwing around or fixing old shit, using old things. Let's see if I got any of these.
Especially when it comes to lumber there. Yeah, reclaimed lumber, that you don't get that quality.
Yeah, I'd like to start a business called Barn Again Lumber, where I do reclaiming.
Definitely a catchy title there.
Yeah, I've got some wood that's in a local brewery has it for their sign in their store and everything. Feels kind of neat.
Knock it off. Dogs are behind me. Fucking just, we won't even talk. So, do you actually? How do you consider your consumption? Do you consider it more of a recreational use, or do you use cannabis or hemp, however you want to phrase it, for legal purposes, um, for medical reasons?
Uh, at first it was just to get high, but some I'd kind of like, I'd say basically when I first ran out, I realized how much it would help me kind of, or throughout the years. I mean, I don't know. In any case, nowadays it's a medical thing, I mean, still I like the feeling of getting stoned too, but um, helps people out for a lot of ailments, a lot of um, anxiety and depression and all sorts of shit.
What do you think has been your favorite so far?
My favorite strain or
Yes, sir.
cultivar.
Yeah.
Um, I'd say that purple diesel number 2 just stuck with me for some reason from way back when. I really enjoyed that. Um, I mean, your ice cream cake and wedding cake hit you pretty hard, or that I've known. This gelato cake I've got right now is actually pretty good. Um, I suppose I hold a special place in my heart for the bubble gun when I was a teenager. Um, yeah,
Definitely good smoke. I remember some good bubble gum myself. I hate to date myself. I think I had bubble gum like right around like 98, 99, that area. First time I come across some bubble gum.
that was about the same time that, yep, same time that I came across it, and yeah, it was just different. And like, and yeah, another thing I was gonna mention was when I went to California that first time too. Another thing that really threw me off guard was they had what they called green Mexi on the black market, where our Mexican neighbors would sell us this stuff for like $30 an ounce or something like that. And it was the same strains that I had smoked when I was a teenager, but it was in green bud form. Like, you know what, it hadn't been through the garbage compressor and shit. And tasting that same taste only fresh was just a really weird mind fuck for me. Um, I mean, I don't know what strain it is to this day, but that was always something that I remember being weirded out by it. But yeah, but then I went and um, I grew for that same company again the next year. Um, and we did 7 acres. It started out with I think 4,000 plants the first time, then we jumped up to 7,000. Um, and I mean, he was selling, it was. I learned really quick how to cure weed because I mean, I was doing them in 2 gallon pickle jars, and um, then I stepped up from there to 20 gallon totes and big contractors bags and shit, and um, it went quick in his club. I mean, he sold a lot of it. I think for $7 a gram even, and it just surprised the shit out of me that the hemp was like that. Because to me, the first couple years, I didn't. I mean, I would kick plants and shit because they would, they'd bring me to my knees and they'd smell so good. And it's like, well, you can't get me high, so what good are you? Fucking. And I kind of would get pissed at them. Where then, when COVID finally came around, I'd found myself where I'd been out of weed for 3 or 4 weeks or something like that. I mean, I had like 5 or 10 pounds of this hemp that was sitting in jars in my storage unit, but I'd never thought to smoke them myself. It was just kind of there. And well, I roll cigarettes with a little top cigarette roller, and so I just started rolling cigarettes with the hemp with one of these things. And I tell you what, after those first couple joints I smoked, I felt normal again. I felt didn't have that I need the weed feeling for one. Kind of got rid of that edge. But then on the other hand, it made me feel normal. And like I've got a cousin who was lived in the same town, and he'd been overseas. He actually has a Purple Heart and everything, and we've seen a lot of shit. And he was kind of what's the word for it? Agoraphobic or whatever, where he wouldn't leave the house for the longest time, for I think even maybe a year or two. And one day he came up to me and he's like, "Oh, I went to the store today." And I was like, "And what's the rest of the story?" He goes, "That is the story." He goes, I went to the store today." I'm like, "Holy shit. What happened?" He goes, "I don't know." He goes, I just I felt like I needed something, and he goes, "I'm surprised I'm lucky I had my wallet on me. I would have looked like a real fucking weirdo in there." But he chalked it up to smoking the hemp. And ever since then, it's like, yeah, this stuff isn't just oregano.
Basically, CBD cigarettes, right?
Yep. Yeah. And then so I worked for that company again, or like I said, and we did the 7 acres. And then I befriended a guy that was a grower from California that lived in a little bigger city, little ways away from me. And we became friends right around harvest time. And I do a lot of experimenting. I'm kind of a nerd that way. And um, he liked what he saw. I showed him our finished product, and kind of talked to him throughout the winter, and eventually they ended up hiring me to come and work on their farm. And their farm had started out in 2019. They did 200 acres of irrigated hemp, and I mean that's millions of dollars worth of hemp there if done right. And they told me, he kind of told me that it was going to be this, made it sound like I was going to walk into this huge company with all these people working, and it was just me. They had, like, when we first, our first run that we did, they hired some local, like, 20-year-old kids or whatever to load up our seed trays or whatever. And right from the get-go, like, they were using reused soil that was all dusty out of these big totes, and they were mixing everything dry when they were putting it into the 72 cell trays. And, like, they had cool vacuum sealers or vacuum seeders. That was about the one professional thing about it. But I mean, everything was dusty and dirty, and I brought in a whole bunch of plastic, and, like, tried making everyone wear gloves and all these things, and it was just, why would you need to do that, was their answer to everything. And and then on top of that, the greenhouses that we put them in, they put these trays right on pallets and put them right on the ground in these greenhouses, and the greenhouses weren't sealed worth a shit, and it was still getting down to like 40 degrees at night. And I told him, I said, this isn't going to work. These we're going to have a bad time here. And out of 30,000 seeds, 6 seeds popped, and and it took them like a week to pop too, if not 10 days almost. And I told him, I said, this isn't going to work, and I'm thinking I'm going to get kicked out. I just lost my job, and I'm going to go home now. Well, it turns out they had given me a whole bunch of old bad seed, and they knowingly did so. Since then, I've been in contact with other people that have grown for them over the years, and they've pulled that trick on almost every single person. And I think they kind of did it so they could basically rip off their investors for that much money and say, hey, oh, we lost this much, and then that would go in their pocket. And there's kind of a lot of unscrupulous things that happened with this company. But I ended up hopping on with them in 2020. Or was it 2020? No, it would have been 2021. And Pop, the way that I had them do seeds is we made kind of like a coots mix, because I'd made a by that time I had a pile of thermophilic compost that I did, where I'd been fucking with that years prior on my buddy's dispensary field or whatever, where I'd flipping piles by hand, all the time, and learned that nothing smells better than a 6x6 pile of thermophilic hemp stalks and cow shit. But when I went to this big farm, I did I think it was 100-yard pile of hot compost. And but so I had them, we'd wet our soil so you can squeeze it until you get a drop coming out, and then that's when we put the seeds in, and actually, because the greenhouse, the temperatures fluctuated so much in there, I had them, actually, we stacked them all in a Quonset building that was on site that stayed the same temperature pretty much night and day. And I took all we'd put I think 8 trays on a pallet, and then I took some planer's plastic, threw it over that, a couple bricks on top of that, and then we'd stack another pallet on it. And we would stack these pallets like 12 pallets high, and I made one long windrow of pallets like that, and threw a tarp over that and everything, and would just monitor them and keep them moist for. And I think I had them all pop. I had probably at least 90% success rate with those, where they'd all popped. And then spent the next 2 months living in a greenhouse, where I knew it was time to wake up and open up the sides, because the sun would wake me up. I would wake up in a pile of drenched in a pile of sweat every morning. And I knew when it was too hot for me, that was when the plants were starting to suffer. So you go manually crank up the sides, and I had to manually. I made a had tarps that I would throw over it at, when it would be too hot during the day, or blue tarps for just slowing everything down. And it took. They kept delaying when we were supposed the planting date that we were supposed to have, and like I think they were like purposely trying to set me up for failure the whole entire time, because it seemed that every chance or anything that could go wrong, like they were, as far as them holding off for so long to plant them and everything. When we finally did get them in the ground, um, the well wasn't hooked up yet, and um, I had to manually watered them for like a month, because it was like a drought period at that point in time where it was like 80-90 degrees every day. And I ended up taking a Kawasaki mule, and I put a big one of them, like 300-gallon ICB totes on there. And I all the drip tape, I made reels on there for the drip tape, and I manually put out all the drip tape all by myself. And I daisy chained like 4 of the water hydrants on the farm together, and then made a little manifold to where I could water like 4 rows at a time when there was like maybe 60 rows or something like that. And just kind of did that for the first month. And then it turns out that all they had to do was basically turn the well on. It was about it, where it was basically already all ready to go. But they just I don't know if they wanted me to fail or what, but yeah. So then we got them in the ground, and then grew some pretty decent plants, just for not going overboard on them, for like, because I kind of didn't want to give them my best, basically, so to speak. Like, I mean, I wasn't slacking off, but I wasn't giving it 100% by any means. And there was like maybe a row of plants or like a certain corner where I kind of showed them what I was capable of. But I made a whole bunch of like really big batches of or my favorite was just to do a compost extract, where I would have one of those ICU or ICB totes full of water, and I'd use I don't know, 5 gallons worth of extra or compost. And and then when harvest time came, they brought one trailer that because they had done this for several years prior, so they figured that it would take x amount of cubic yards worth of or x amount of bushels or whatever that would have gotten. And they had to wait 4 hours for a second trailer to come, because I more than doubled what they had forecasted for. And right around the time of harvest, my boss and his partner, they I guess they kind of had a falling out with each other or something like that. And right about this time, and they quit paying me all of a sudden. And I went and worked without pay for a month or something like that, before I figured that it was kind of wasn't going to happen anymore. But I still wouldn't leave the plants. I still stayed on the job site. And right about that same time, the landowner, who I later learned out was kind of a big money investor on their company. He came up to me and he said, "Well, looks like these guys they're not going to be around the property again next year, but I really like your work ethic. I like you obviously know what you're doing here. I'd like if you would stick around. We could work something out with you instead." And I thought, I was like, wow, this is a dream come true. Being able to have all this money backing me up, because like I say, when they started out with that 200 acres, I mean, there were a lot of money involved there. And later I learned that these guys, I mean, he owns like these companies where out in all in the foreign, like in Dubai and India and all these big the big new cities that they have, like Mumbai or whatever, or where they have all the extensive building going on with skyscrapers. All of the companies rent all of their lift units, like their aerial lifts, like scissor lifts and boom lifts and whatever. And this investor guy apparently owns a company that does all that or some shit, plus a bunch of other companies. But well, so he'd first mentioned the fact that he wanted to do some type of partnership deal with me in the early fall, and then after harvest happened, he came up to me and we talked details about it. He said, hey, we'll invest in your business. It would be my business. I would come up with the name of it. I would do all the work essentially. They'd help me with planting and with harvesting, but I would and then I would get a full percentage of or I'd be a full partner. I wasn't. He reiterated several times in text messages that I'm a full partner. I'm not a worker, and so I was like, hell yeah, fucking, I want to do that. So we shook hands on it, and I mean, this was at the end of the season in 2021, and over Christmas or whatever, I came up with the name Potluck Farms. Now that looking back, I mean, I like the name and everything, but I've discovered that there are other farms that were called Potluck Farms. That I think there's one out of Colorado and one out of Alaska. And I think both have actually won cannabis cups or like placed in them. But neither of them operate under Potluck Farms anymore. I tried contacting both of them to see if it would be okay, if I ran it or named my company that, but I never got any response from either one of them. And then there is another lady that has a potluck farm out in the East Coast somewhere, and I've talked with her, and she was fine with what I was doing, and well, I ended up creating a logo, or like I messaged him. Just the only conversation I had with him over the whole winter was I just mentioned the 2-word Potluck Farms, and I didn't talk to him again until like the end of February or something like that, where I'd agreed to. He had several thousand apple trees on the property, and I'd asked if he wanted me to prune them for him because they were getting pretty scraggly looking, and he agreed to that. So, and another agreement that I made with him on that initial handshake or whatever was that I wanted the state license to be under my name, so that way I had some type of, make it feel like some type of safety net or something like that to make it feel more real. And he agreed to that, everything. And fast forward to February, and then we start. I do these apples for him and everything, and apple trees, and we start talking about. I asked him about the license. He said, "Oh yeah, well, then I found out that he God, I'm getting kind of flustered here for a second. I got to light up a bowl here. But so he yeah, just give me a second here. I'm gonna pack a bowl so I can calm my anxiety down a little bit here. I don't know if you got some shout outs or something to people in chat. I'm not paying attention to it right now, but
Yeah, I think I know what we're gearing up to, and man, it's hard to partner up. The cannabis industry is or has seen a lot of what I think where we're headed. It's not an easy thing to deal with, especially when you are the one putting in all the effort.
yeah. I'm just about done packing up some gelato cake here.
Is that your preference? Do you prefer bowls or do you smoke joints?
Yep, I like to smoke out of just a glass spoon. I mean, at least for the time being, because I don't have a whole lot of weed to smoke right now. I mean, when I had plentiful jars full, like this last fall, for instance, I like to smoke goobers of it, but I grew such good hemp last year that I couldn't even get through half a joint of it at a time. So I kind of stick to bowls. But yeah, so he offered me this opportunity to where our initial deal was going to be just 10 acres, just to just so that he could show his investors what that we could prove everything on paper of what we could do. And it's like, well, I already kind of showed you guys what I could do with 30 acres. But I was like, okay, well, we'll do this, and I'd right from the get-go, I said, so what's the deal with the licensing then? We're having that in my name. And he said, oh, I already went ahead and put it in my name. I already applied for the licensing. And I was like, well, that was that was one of our, we agreed that it would be in my name. And I recall him laughing and saying, well, don't you trust me? And I was like, well, no, I really don't. I don't know you that well, but just because you have money doesn't mean that, you're trustworthy to me. Well, it turns out that he went and he created a LLC for Potluck Farms way back in January without telling me about it. And he applied for the state license under Potluck Farms. And there was for a couple months, there was this thing where he'd agreed that, yeah, well, because I got in contact with the Department of Agriculture and talked to the lady there about having, what it would take to get the name switched over to my name. And I thought the ball was rolling on that. And for 2 months, as the ball was supposedly rolling on him changing his paperwork over, he basically raped me for all my IP. Had me describe how I would do what we would what kind of harvesting we would do at what stages and how many plants per square foot, and had me order him seeds and everything, which is the big thing above all, because the year prior, apparently there was a guy that had invested 150 grand to him and apparently he paid for the seeds for $5 of the seed, is what he was told. And then apparently somehow he'd lost $80,000 on the deal or something like that. And yet this next year now, when it came time for the new business, he said, well, hey, so-and-so wants to invest again. And I was like, well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Some people might not be telling the right story to the other guy. You don't lose $80,000 on a deal and then want to go back and if I'm the one that, it was just kind of, things didn't add up. And long story short, shortly after I'd finally ordered the seeds, I was really looking forward to trying out like the triploids from Colorado CBD. And I'm really looking forward to the first guy that gets around to putting out some THC triploids, because that's I have yet to see it, and that's going to be the future in my opinion. I know Jeff Lowenfeld thinks it's auto flowers. I think the triploids are going to be the big ticket, but unless the triploid idle flowers are a thing, I don't know. But yeah, then fast forward to it was right around April, because he gave me on one day it was just getting to the end of finishing up pruning all these apple orchards, this whole apple orchard, which I was doing in like 2 feet of snow and water and ice and shit, and it wasn't a fun job, but I still kind of enjoyed doing it. But he sent me a text message, said, are you on the farm? I got that paperwork we need for the change of license. So I was like, hell yeah, this is finally, it's all a reality now. And he came there and he hands me the paper and everything. And he says, oh, by the way, I just got an offer I couldn't refuse on the farm. So I sold the farm and you've got 10 days to get out of there. And at this point I'd had a camper out there and, a whole bunch of tools and all this shit. And I was like, are you just April Fool's joke or something? Are you kidding me? I had planned on being a millionaire that winter, or if nothing else, to break $100,000 for the first time in my life, you know. And he just, you know, shrugged his shoulders, and that was that. And I found myself out on my ass, and because like the contract that we'd had, or you know, through our text messages and everything, was he completely breached his contract. I was, you know, I was to be a partner with him, and you know, he'd explained that the company could grow exponentially as long as you know, everything went smoothly. And um yeah, I was gung ho, and then I found myself out of my ass, and I ended up contacting a lawyer. The lawyer that I talked to, like, on his website, he had like a $300 an hour just for a consultation fee. But I sent him a message saying, hey, I'm broke. I'm broke. I don't even have a consultation money for it, you know. But this is what happened to me. And do I have a case here for breach of contract? And he said, you most surely do. And me and this guy, for I think it was 5 months, he strung me along, making me think that I was going to have him representing me. And then right at the end of it, when it came time to send in my demand letter, I'd also sent in, I'd been doing research on these guys the whole time, and found out that they own several large companies. I won't share it on here, but I'll share it on that Potluck Farms Facebook page or whatever. Their names and everything, but they own some pretty big businesses. Well, fuck, I'll say a couple of them. Like, so for instance, it was two twin brothers that were the main investors, and their one of their wives is like really big in the nursing home community. They own a whole bunch of nursing homes, and then that got me down these rabbit holes of all this shit that the church runs and owns. And um yeah, it's kind of crazy, but there's a lot of money floating around there. And um but in any case, so it was after the first, I remember it was after the first meeting that I had with my lawyer, my first Zoom meeting with him or whatever. um the next day I came across, and I heard about Carrie Neiman. And so Carrie Neiman is a smoker that was um he was a grower, and you know, he moved to Michigan and was growing in Michigan when everything was first legal there. And he's actually, so then he wanted to start a marijuana company. And so he went to the richest guy that he knew, who was Ben Kovler. And Ben Kovler, he comes from, his family used to own Jim Beam, and they made a whole bunch of money off that. And Ben Kovler and this Carrie Neiman, they talked, and you know, Carrie basically told him everything he knew about growing. And wouldn't you know, Ben Kovler started Green Thumb Industries. So Carrie Neiman came up with the name Green Thumb Industries. I mean, the guy had a green thumb tattoo on his forearm, and Kovler created Green Thumb Industries LLC behind Neiman's back, and basically reverse Zuckerberged him or whatever, where he got all the information he wanted out of him, and then he kicked him out of the company. And but it turns out that Carrie Neiman turned around and sued him for $500,000, plus whatever the court deems fit, which I think is usually that amount again or something like that. And Kovler actually initially offered him an out of court settlement for $275,000, and but he turned it down. And it's been a court case in court, or it's been the case has been active for I think 3 years now. When the news first came out, Green Thumb Industries took like a 15% hit in stock, and I mean, they rebounded the next day. But I have a feeling that when Kerry finally does win his court case, that it's going to be a much bigger blow, because Green Thumb Industries today is the biggest marijuana company in America, I believe. Still, they operate Rise dispensaries all over the place. And once I learned about that, I contacted Carrie Neiman now, to, you know, thinking, hey, maybe he ought to know that someone else is in his position. And we talked a little bit, and he agreed to doing letting me do an interview with him, on whatever platform after his case is closed, and that if my case by that time wasn't, a thing, that it would be that he would interview me in return and everything. And yeah, it's just kind of a crazy. Well, then, so I had this lawyer for several months, and we talked all these times, and it wasn't until I sent him the final demand letter that the next morning he called me up, or he emailed me and said that, well, I'm sorry, but we can no longer take your case anymore. We don't have the manpower to go through litigation. And which blew my mind, because it's like, well, you could have told me that 5 months ago, when this whole 5 months I was thinking that, hey, I'm going to at least get a couple $100,000, or $100,000 or something like that out of this whole deal. And because I mean, the way that they did it, it was right to where right at the application deadline for a license. And I think a lot of the bigger states like this, you kind of get grandfathered in to the marijuana laws once you've already been a hemp license grower, with the way, at least the way the Department of Agriculture sees it. And not only that, but you can kind of put your name out there, and you do dry runs and all this and whatnot. But and they kind of took that all away from me. And then in the end, I asked, I said, well, what's the deal with this Potluck Farms LLC then? And he said, well, I'll sell it to you for $4,000 for what I have into it. And it's like, are you kidding me? LLC costs $150. And so he said, at the time, he told me that I can use the name as long as I want, but to get the LLC will cost me that. Well, at this point, I don't care to have that LLC back, just because it's tainted, in my opinion. But so I was thinking of maybe naming my new company Not Luck Farms. Both because it wasn't because of the not lucky deal I had prior, but also because it's not luck that that the plants come out the way they do. There's a, or it's not just a gamble or luck. But yeah, he so then when that happened, I mean, and this was just, it was 21 days ago, because after that, I just, instead of trying to find another lawyer right away, I figured, well, I'm just going to send a demand letter myself in the mail, just to see what he says to it, and but also in my demand letter, I said that I wouldn't speak about it publicly until the 21st. And it's midnight now, so John Bakke is a fucking piece of shit. I'll put that much. I don't know. But these guys, yeah, it's unfortunate. So, but yeah, so I sent my letter to him just for shits and giggles, to see what he would say, and his response was pound sand, I think is what he told me. So at this point, I'm gonna search for another lawyer to see who wants to send me a demand letter to the guy, and I think maybe once he sees one with an actual letterhead from a lawyer, he'll take it a little more seriously. But yeah, it's just not cool to make business deals like that and then fuck the little guy over. And there's so many guys I know that have similar things happen to them, where there wasn't a contract in place, and you're fucked, just because you never had a contract in place. But seeming so I did. It's a really tough place to be in right now, and it's really sad not being able to fucking be harvesting weed right now. This would have been my 4th year doing it.
I wish I could say that's an uncommon story that I've seen in cannabis, but man, I have heard of similar horror stories to that. 100% talented growers who've have always done it just because they love it, barely getting by, and then somebody with a little bit of money comes back, grow, and the next thing you know, it's see you later. we figured, you know what I mean? You've set it up, you gave us your plan. Adios, amigos.
Yep.
It's sad. It's a terrible story. 100%.
Yep. It's but that's the way the business world works.
You know, I seen them guys coming when at least here in Michigan early on, back in the caregiver days, and it kind of made me sick because there was two types of people that would be in this. No, it was. I'd say it's a club. Okay, it's a club.
Oh
So
yeah.
caregivers would sit, and each one would have a table. Sometimes multiple caregivers to a table, and you could sit there and sell your overages to patients here in Michigan. And then you would have people like myself and people probably like yourself that would be, sitting there having good conversation with each other, patients that came up. And if there was any in doubt, you know what I mean, that you would be more than happy to let them, handle the jar, look at the buds, and even if it needed to be, I would always even give out a little nug and go, "Hey, go smoke it." And if you, you know what I mean, come on back. And then there would be the people at the end of their table, like pacing, not talking to anybody, looking at their watch. And you could see they were the people that probably didn't even consume cannabis, or money was 100% the agenda. And it was sad to see them even, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Enter the market that quick, or that
Yep.
early, taking, advantage of people.
And it was also kind of sad to see. So like this place that I went to work for, I mean, they had invested like millions of dollars into all these, into their huge, huge well and their, all their infrastructure and their uh, machinery and everything. And but then they went and they hired a bunch of closet growers from California. It seemed, guys that didn't quite know what they were doing in the outdoors and um, didn't pull it off. I mean, they figured they were gonna exponentially expand every year when they, in fact, were going down, and they had to shrink every year. But I think a lot of that had to do with their skeezy, the guys that I kind of was going to replace. Because even though, I mean, the one guy supposedly lost $80,000. I mean, I find their Alibaba site or whatever it is, or eWorld Trade, where they claim that they're a $5 to $10 million per annual or per year company, which wouldn't surprise me. I mean, it turns out that the one guy that I was working for owns a marijuana fucking grow facility in Pueblo, and yeah, it's kind of a crazy situation. But one of the other things too that I think I might have uncovered a couple of conspiracies when it comes to Medicare fraud that I'm looking forward to tracking down, because apparently they write a lot of their laws for themselves, where they'll sue. I guess I won't get into it. It's kind of a complicated mess, but yeah. And here I'd had a bunch of notes. I was gonna like have all these points that I wanted to hit and little, different different things I wanted to talk about, but I'm totally not paying attention to them and just kind of free balling here. But that was kind of the main thing that I wanted to get out there, is just this shit's rampant and it's going on, and make sure you sign contracts and know what the hell is going on. Or if any of you know a good lawyer that likes to is not afraid to go up against, get people that have many millions of dollars, feel free to get in touch with me.
Any plan on possibly changing areas?
What's that?
Any chance of any, of changing areas, moving to another perhaps legal state and
Yeah,
trying?
I've been Michigan has been on my in my sights for a while now. Um, just because it's so close. And, if I did, I'd be up in your neck of the woods, or out in the middle. Something that's a little more woodsy and in the middle of nowhere. I'm a small town boy here. I've lived in Fresno before and in bigger cities, and it's not the life for me. But until then, I'm going to be pounding nails again, I think, so I can afford to even move out there again. It's kind of, or if somehow I do end up getting any money out of that, squeezing any money out of that turnip, then that'll be my moving money. But yeah, 'cause I mean, I'd love to do a year round greenhouse type deal with geothermal tubes in the ground and everything. Grow citrus trees in the winter in Minnesota or Michigan.
So tell me, do you do a lot of composting?
Yes, or at least I have. Right now, I'm not doing a damn thing, but um, it started out when I like in 2019 when I was just reading and listening to Tad Hussey, or listening to Elaine and all these people about what to do, and the carbon to nitrogen ratios and all this shit. And like I say, it probably did a good maybe 10 or 12 piles, like the 6 foot piles, just hand turning them every few days and everything. And um, then when I moved on site, went on to this place, this larger operation, they're also a big uh, cattle operation where they had several hundred head of cattle out there, and there was a whole bunch of aged manure sitting in one spot. The neighbors were Amish that had free sawdust down the road, and I took a skid loader and just scraped up green weeds off, around the sides of all the fields and everything, and had all my, and did a hell of a batch, and that and a whole bunch of rotten apples from the year prior that weren't any good anymore. And right, I actually composted a couple full frozen live cattle, or not live cattle, a couple frozen cattle that had just died. That was kind of uh what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of a project, or kind of a hard to do, or it took a little bit of doing. Like I ended up piling and learning this from other people. I You got to pile up a whole bunch of like straw and sticks and stuff on top of them so they can keep aerobic above them. And you just kind of turn the pile around them and leave that centerpiece to just be just burn, nice and fire hot in there. And it went along and just treated it like a normal pile and turned everything but the middle for a month. And then just wasn't until like after the pile was almost even cooling down to where I actually popped into the middle, but there was nothing left. A little bit of bone fragments. And that was in below freezing weather too in Minnesota here.
Never tried or heard of anyone trying to compost a cow. But honestly, from what I've seen in the, organic world there in like KNF and shit, or Bokashi in particular, man, all you do is dump some fucking sugar on that shit and walk away, and that shit will be gel in a few days. Holy cow.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was. I want to say maybe I put a bunch of blood meal or something like that on top of it to speed up the process, but I do not remember. But you did just. I wish I would have had my notes. You just did bring up something that I was wanted to talk about. Where back in like I think 2020, when I was fucking around with KNF, I took a 30 gallons worth of hemp trim, and I think about half of it was probably buds, and because I've had, I mean, like many pounds of hemp laying around. Well, and then I went, I think it was either 20 or 30 pounds, because I used that much brown sugar, where I mixed them up with each other, and then made a crust of brown sugar over the top, and let her do its thing, and I ended up getting a good 2 liters worth of FPJ out of that. But it smelled like weed. Like it smelled like it was like Mick Golden Light, but it smelled like weed at the same time. Where it was the most brilliant. I mean, I almost just chugged it down, but at a risk of getting botulism or something, I didn't. I mean, I took a sip of it and it tasted really good, but um, but I don't know. It was like I accidentally made alcohol, and I've actually got a buddy who owns a brewery, and I'm trying to get him into trying to brew some because to brew brew marijuana in place of hops. They're both cannabis, or in the cannabis, what is that, cannabinaceae or whatever family. And so it's kind of like the whole the Simpsons. They had an episode where they came up with tobacco, or they'd crossed the tomato and tobacco, and then the whole town got addicted to it. Well, like it turns out, tomatoes and tobaccos are both nightshades. They're both part of the Solanaceae family, and some nerd looked at that episode and said, "Well, you know what? That could be a thing." And now tobacco is a thing, because but it took the Simpsons to joke about it for it to happen. But it's kind of like the whole crossing of hops and weed thing. I every once in a while I see little snippets about it in some forums and everything, but I don't know if anyone's actually done it yet before, or people try to graft weed onto a hops plant or vice versa. But just the whole
They're
when it
really
comes,
they're in the same family, the cannabis and hops. I actually
yep,
know a guy that in here in Michigan, when right before it was actually legal here, medically legal, he grew it right in fucking front of everybody in his front yard. He had, basically it was a duplex or apartment upstairs with like a balcony, and he would hang the hop spine back and forth, up and down right there. And he grew cannabis right there underneath that shit because it looked so similar from, you know what I mean?
oh yeah, like
It's funny as shit.
yeah, I'm surprised that everyone and their brother isn't growing fucking freak show right now. In this like grow it in a pile of stinging nettles, or and it's like you wouldn't even know it was there. But except for, of course, the delicious aromas. But no, because when it comes to alcohol, like and every time like I bring this up, and like even to my brewer friend, is like the first thing they would say, well, does it get you high? And it's like, well, that's not the point of it. It's or what's the THC content? It's like, well, I don't care. You're not infusing it with THC. You're brewing with the buds, like it's hops. And I don't know if anyone is doing that right now, or if it's been done, but I know it's fucking possible, because I accidentally made the shit when I was making FPJ, and I'd have to think that someone could strap that down and get it going.
Yeah, yeah. Be almost a dangerous combination, almost. What would you strain? Well, all right, let me ask you this. If you were gonna head down that alley, what kind of cannabis would it be? Would you use hemp, or would you actually use, cannabis?
I would think you'd be able to use either one, just because it's the terpenes more that you're after. I mean, as far as getting the flavors out of it, and I imagine they both brew the same. As far as, I mean, I'm not a chemist when it comes to how alcohol is made or how beer is brewed, but and it will. It's not like I'd be looking for something that would have like a 40% alcohol or anything, but I imagine what I would brewed there, accidentally or whatever. Um, I never got it tested for alcohol, but we're kind of trying to figure that out as right now. So yeah, I don't know. And I
Yeah.
guess another little thing that I've kind of fucked around with is I like to take my cut tops, and I don't do it all the time, but I'd take my cut tops and I would put them into water right away, like cut flowers. And um, I imagine it would have to help a lot for people in dry areas that want to their weed dry so damn quick, because the buds they would plump up, they'd swell up like some of them almost meaty. They just, you could almost watch them balloon out. And I figured, well, it's got to make for a much slower cure that way. And then on top of that, the main reason why we do it was because um I would take 72 trays and lay them upside down and into like cookie sheets basically, and just put a little bit of film of water on there, and the leaves would stay turgid for like 12 hours. So all these people that we had wet trimming for us, you got to know what it's like trying to manicure a wet mop. It's no fun. But a nice fresh turgid plant that's got the leaves still sticking straight out, it's a hell of a lot easier to get all them crow's feet away and everything. It's a lot, makes it a lot more enjoyable process when you're doing that for 12 hours versus working with a limp plant. And then I can swear that now I took that same process and I used ice water or snow that I put them in, and the plant or the tops that I would do that to, my scissors would get gummed up like instantly. Like, I don't know if it was just from the water or if they were actually exuding more resins. I know people say a trichome can't grow that fast or whatever, but I don't know what type of senescence it brings upon the plant, but I can almost swear that it did something to them. And I know you guys can say I'm bro science for sure, but give it a shot and see if it does it to you. Everyone fucking try a piece of bud and take one of your tops and put it in some ice water, see if it swells up or gets resiny or what. But I don't know. I guess I thought I'd throw that out there. My experiments.
I've never heard it used for that reason right there, but I remember a lady early on in like cannabis YouTube, I want to say around the tens, um, that would say that's how her way of flushing cannabis was. Basically, she'd like starve or dry the plant, and then when she harvested, she would take the plant and set it in a 2 liter of water for 5 to 6 hours and let it suck up the straight water. And that was her flush. Or
Yeah,
her
and I don't
flush.
like I say, yeah, at the time I didn't do it, but I mean, even side by side with tops from the same plant, it would there was a noticeable difference. So something must be happening there.
Where it at? Where it at? It's a crazy plant. We definitely haven't unlocked you know, everything it does, how it does it. That's for sure.
Oh, definitely not. And like I say, then I've recently so Minnesota has a lot of, is there a lot of ditchweed or feral hemp in Michigan? Is that a thing?
No, no, no.
So in Minnesota, I mean, I think it's like it a lot in Nebraska too, from what I've heard, and maybe Wisconsin. But they've been growing hemp in Minnesota for since the teens, or even before that. But used to be a pretty big industry around here. Like expect like even during the Hemp for Victory drive during World War II, it started up all over again. But what happened is a lot of these volunteer plants, they come back every year, and some of these plants have been theoretically they could have been for 100 years out here in the wild, just acclimating themselves to the environment around here. And I've was fortunate to get a whole bunch of seeds from some, and I remember I had about like a handful of seeds from one plant, and I got a handful of different. I don't think there was two plants that were the same phenotype. I mean, I had plants that were or genotype, whatever you want to call it. I get like I had one plant that would only put out monofoliate leaves, or like one fingered plant, pot leaves, or like a four leaf clover is quadrifoliate or whatever. But like there was one where the whole plant was just one finger leaves. And I guess I've also heard other places where like sometimes like russet mites or something will do that to a plant, but I want to think that this was actually, that was just the expression of that particular phenotype. But like some of the terpenes that were in some of this wild hemp was just insane. Or I like to think like the birds choose it over those years, or the but just a lot of the flavors and shit that I've never tasted before. And that's another area where I'd kind of like to head into, is to try to make some crosses, or some more crosses, whatever you want. My uncle Trip has done it before. That was a shout out to Cushmaster there.
Yeah.
But my cousin Stumble, he's tried some stuff before that, just crossing them, because it only takes so many generations to weed out your high THC versions, and then you can have all of the. I mean, these plants are bulletproof when it comes to fucking mildew and bugs, and the weather, and anything you can. If it doesn't make the cut, it doesn't stick around. Because but growing up, we always just ditchweed was just ditchweed. Every once in a while you get someone that would find one that was, that didn't have any males around it, so they could, package it up and fucking try to rip someone off saying it's weed or whatever. But actually smoking it now that I've actually grown true females of it, it's high in something. I don't know if it's the CBG or CB whatever, something we haven't figured out yet, but they definitely had an overall effect to it. But and like I've since learned, like the University of Minnesota is one of the few colleges or universities that's had a DEA license to study marijuana, and they've been doing so for 10 or 15 years now, or something like that, and maybe even 20 years now. But what they've been doing is they've been going around the state of Minnesota and finding feral patches of hemp, and they put them in a big lockbox, and they haul them back to the university, and they've been crossing them with high THC strains. And I imagine patenting the results, or at least holding those genetics to patent the results when it becomes national. There's a there's a video on YouTube called The Cannabis Conundrum, where he talks about it. Like they were also the first to discover that the gene deletion event that's the difference between CBD and THC, to where, I mean, I know everyone gets down at hemp all the time, but we wouldn't have marijuana without hemp. It was hemp. It was the hemp plant first, or it didn't create the THC at first. It produced the CBD dominant, but where somewhere throughout time, people, they picked out the ones that were the ones that got you stoned, that had the THC. Those have like a certain piece of genetic code that's deleted, that's missing from the original. They call it a gene deletion event, I guess. And it was that human picking away of that gene that made marijuana. Whereas otherwise, the plant in its natural state is hemp. So that's kind of a crazy thing to think about, but I don't know.
Do you think that's where the new terp profiles will be come from and be brought into today's cannabis?
Perhaps just because there's a lot of it out there that hasn't been explored yet. We've been going through fucking Northern Lights and all these things for so many years and gotten everything. Well, but on the other hand too, now that it's becoming legal and like you say, like you hear Breeder Steve talking about the other night about having a 30-acre field of seeds, where you're going to get a lot of express. People haven't really, you hear of, oh, I found this out of, I popped 12 seeds and I got what we now know as this. It's like, well, fuck. When I did that 30,000 plants, I'll tell you what, there were some special ones in there where you would have had to pop 30,000 seeds to find those ones. There's only a handful of them that were like, bringing to your knees. And yeah, it's shitty that I don't have any of the cuts from any of those or anything, but I sure took plenty.
Do you intend on doing any breeding yourself?
I'd like to get into it eventually, but until then, like I'm still just a novice grower. I don't know everything. I was fortunate to have so many plants these past few years to where I've learned a hell of a lot more than most people would. Just because I've had that much more. Just that much more plants. I mean, I've done that much more experiments too, where I've every single type of freaking training that people that everyone's there's so many ways to do it. With topping and all the different mainlining and all that shit. And I don't know, I've got to experiment and play with a lot of plants. So in any case, even if don't get a penny out of these guys, I still have, like, everyone would ask me like, why are you doing this? They're not giving you any money, and it's like, well, to me it was like working at a free internship at Google. It's like I was getting the experience of a lifetime, and that's still how I look at it today. I mean, I enjoyed every fucking second of it.
A lot of us do it for that passion or that just freedom. I kind of call it the quality of life. You know what I mean? Just as you're saying, not necessarily, living your dream or what you want to do, you know, but is money necessarily a factor when you're doing something you love, when you're chasing the passion?
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, kind of like I'm glad that this whole thing happened in the first place, because the way that they kind of had it played out to me was, well, it was going to be $1 million company, or they would easily enough inject that much into it, to where I would have been a head of a corp, or a partner in a corporation that made decisions that I didn't, don't agree with, as far as all about the bottom line and all that shit, and I'm glad that didn't happen, so I can do something my own way, and do it for the love of the plant. And that's about it, I guess. I don't know.
this is the way I see this too. When people ask you why, a lot of people spend a lot of money, even in this case, for the experience that you're talking about getting, you could have paid, X amount of dollars for and barely got by, like most college students do, and then
Yeah.
had to turn around and repay that loan. That's the shitty thing about all that. It's like, a lot of people don't, the money they spent, they work for, they barely get by those days. They sadly a lot of times don't ever get careers in them fields or whatever. Then they have a lifetime paying for that education that, in the end they weren't passionate about, or wasn't able to find work about what they were passionate about or whatever. I don't
Oh yeah,
know.
the amount of drinks that I've gotten served to me by philosophy majors is ridiculous.
easier path just to do what you love, I think.
Yeah.
So what other type of lawn art do you make there? So and like is so what we're looking at in 12, I'm guessing that that was probably a plow or a single that you turned into departed and
Yep. This was one piece of a bigger piece of machinery. There would have been like a disc that they plow the field with. Um, like I don't know if it's a harrow or whatever, but it would be like 2 dozen of these in a row, and then another 2 dozen in a row behind it, and horse drawn. Um, and these things are super heavy too, so they rip up the ground pretty good. But I know it's kind of hard to explain any of the stuff that I make. Let me see if I can find my folder that I was trying to put together here earlier. Well, like I've taken and made like lids to old, what do you call them? Like the old mason jars or the old Red Wing crock pots and shit. Like I've taken several of those and made lids for them with reclaimed wood or here, I can see if I can find out how to do this here. So bear with me.
no worries.
Okay. Like here, for instance, is um, an old granary that I had reclaimed. Here, I'll share my whole screen here instead. Just give me a second here and I'll figure it out my damn phone. Um, like this, for instance, was just some old farm parts. There's like a disc harrow spacer in there and some type of gear, and then there's a whole bunch of piston rings that I weaved into something that goes into a corn planter. That the disc that's there, and this was all just kind of friction fit. There's no welding to it at all, but you could stand on top of that thing. It was just kind of a neat little weird thing that I made. Um, there's one of the first flowers I ever did. There's an old crock pot that I took a gear off an old threshing machine and a beauty ring or whatever you call it, like from a pair of split wheel rings or whatever, or split ring wheels, those suicide rings or whatever they call them. I mean, I've done a whole lot of collecting, reclaiming old lumber and bringing it back to life. I've got several of these old logging sleighs and shit that I've brought back to life.
They're cool.
It's got all sorts of fun stuff. But
Appreciate old lumber 100%. Doesn't take much of a hand plane to clean that up.
and if you ever came across any fasciated plants, they call it crowning sometimes. I got a better picture of one here, like this,
There you go.
or they call it crowned sometimes, or mohawked.
Wow, that's weird.
But it's just it's fasciation, it's called. It's a lot of times they'll get a the stem will be like flat, like a old computer ribbon when this happens. And but like it's a lot of, but they use the same type of theory, or the same
That's weird.
they
It's
use
almost
that.
like it grew against something.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like when you find a strawberry that's like looks like it's three strawberries fused together.
Mhm.
It's just, I want to say it's the same principle, that only taken on to a larger scale. But that's what happens when it happens to cannabis. But I've came across several of them. They're a real bitch to prune, because they have, let's be, all that on the side is all leaves. The bud is just the center hairy part. They're kind of a really weird plant. But like there's some of just the tops drying from one of the years was doing. Yeah.
A
Well,
nice looking room there.
here's another thing that I like. I like playing around with willow, Salicaceae, both because like um there's a lot of diamond willow around here, or it's not an actual type of willow, but it's a disease that they'll get. Um, but also just shit that you can do with trees and with willow and stuff. Like this right here, it's hard to see it, but it's what's called a fedge, where I took willow rods, that are like the new growth from a willow tree. You can see they're the ones that are sticking up like higher up here, that are like 8 feet long, and I'd stick them in the ground every 2 feet, and had them at a 45-degree angle. Then where they would meet and form an X, I would scrape away the outside layer of bark, so it exposes the Cambrium layer, and then you squish them both together, and then I take like electrical tape and tape around it, and then those two trees, at that spot, those two trees will they'll pressure graft with each other, and it'll form into one tree. And then I did that like every 2 feet. So then like eventually it becomes this one living fence, where I really kind of want to try to experiment doing it with making trellises and shit for your plants with a living what you call it, willow tree. Just because I mean they grow super quick, and it's just kind of something neat. I don't know, probably reusable year after year, but or like you can there's a whole community out there that they do tree art, where you can actually, if you take a tree and you grow it into a form, or you can tie it down with rope and shit, but you can make them grow however you want. You can spell your name with a tree if you want. With an oak tree it might take you a hell of a lot longer time, but especially with like a willow tree that goes quick, you can make a chair out of it relatively simply by growing. You grow the chair upside down, so to speak. It's hard to explain it, I guess, but I've kind of had fun screwing around with that, I guess. Or there's the old long hair I used to have. Or there's like I'm a huge proponent of willow water for rooting, and for like the veg state, where willow is high in like salicylic acid and everything, and kind of like when people use aspirin or whatever for rooting. But like I've made one year we made, I think, like a 300-gallon batch of it or something like that.
Yeah.
I let soak we made it in an old stainless steel stock tank that was for cattle, or for milk, I mean, out of the barn.
It,
Um,
it has like a shelf for like a year, doesn't it? Even in
yeah,
like small batches, you can put it in your refrigerator and kind of reuse for a while.
yeah. And I know there's like, I've made it both ways, where you can steep it for a long time or steep it for a short time. Or like, here's the big 200-gallon batch or so of it going. And we let that one steep for like a month or so. Here's some different types of soil I've been putting together. There's some this is just some seed sprout tea with using alfalfa seeds. There's some Auto 2 CBG, big old pile of CBD. I'm a big proponent of diatomaceous earth. Even though it kills a lot, it's when you mix it with water and spray it on plants, it does a lot and it goes a long way. And here's a fasciated plant that I super crop just to see what would happen to it.
All right.
Not much is the answer.
Chris from formerly he used to be with Bad Bunny Nutrients. Spoken during his interview of using diatomaceous earth on his plants as well.
Yeah, and not only that, but it's a source of silica, and yeah, works good. Or another thing, I always see people that or especially new growers that here I am calling people new growers that have trouble with grasshoppers or whatever, and I learned that just using flour from the store and powdering that around the area will get rid of your grasshoppers in a hurry, because I had to deal with like a swarm of locusts for the most part, and I think I went and bought like 3 bags of flour and they were gone. I mean, almost instantly. But the flour gums up their mouth parts and they can't eat. I like to grow in these little, I get these fabric bags for my brother, or like in veg days, I grow in the like dollar store. You get the cloth grocery bags from the dollar store. Usually I'll have to like slice a couple holes in the bottom so you get a little bit better drainage of them. But then I'll set those on top of a wire mesh or something like that, or the bigger bags I'll set on top of used tires to get drainage on them. One of my first piles of compost I think I ever did turn in my hand. See steam waving off of it. More seed sprout tea, I guess. Here's a couple of those flower things I've done.
Right now, those were some beautiful plants you're showing there. That's hemp.
Yeah. Which ones was it just showing here? Like these one. This was my first. I want to say the first year that I even did it, where I have to go to my YouTube to show I've got a video where those were the only plants that he only let me play with a dozen plants, and the ones that I did play with were just above and beyond the rest of the field, like by far. It's kind of extraordinary how much of a difference just training them can make. Like there's a sign of the guy what he made with some of my reclaimed wood. There's a belt diagram for my truck in case anyone needs that.
Right on. Yeah, I didn't think it was. They could look that good. Most time, most people think, yeah, untrained hemp just straight up, and fibrous purposes.
Yeah, I'll find some or I'll share some video here. Here's my this was the logo that I initially came up with for Potluck Farms. And I think I'm still going to keep the logo, but maybe change the name of it.
Dig it.
Yeah, I'll go to my YouTube here and show you some of the hemp from last year. Take me just a second here. So what's everyone in chat smoking on today, even though I can't read what you're doing right now?
I think one person says Royal Kush, Candyman Dan.
Cheers.
Sour Bubble, think was Can. See,
Okay.
that there says he's smoking mimosa times strawberry cough times deadhead OG. Nice. Awesome. I'm smoking on some blue line pie still. Mr. Smiley's garden. Hopefully he's in the chat. Cheers, brother.
Here we go.
American One wants me to tell you he's
I think you just muted yourself.
did I? No.
Oh,
American One says he says hello.
oh
How
cheers.
says he's smoking sunshine kush. Midnight roots. Good choice, my friend.
Yeah, so here is yeah, I deleted all my porn off here so I didn't get any accidental nip slips or anything. But these are the plants that you can see. One side is better, but I mean this is the size of his normal plants the first year that were just that he was feeding them their anaerobic feeds and stuff. But can you tell which 12 plants were the ones that I played with? I mean, up in this corner.
Yeah, there's definitely a difference in a few there.
And it's from the same seeds, the same day, planted the same time. It's just mine, I took a little different care of them.
Yeah, that's an incredible difference there, I would say.
There's a what do you call it? I forget the name of it, but it's a vise where when you push down on the foot levers, the bar that's way up towards the top will clamp down on the piece of wood that you're working with, so you can a shave horse is what it's called. So you can shave your wood without hitting yourself in the nuts. There's some video of that fedge.
Is that the only structure you've tried to do right there? Have you done chairs?
I have not. Nope. But I mean, I've got plans for them in my mind. I've got a couple that I started, but I've never finished. So I don't know whatever became of them. Here's my some of the jars from the first year that I was here in weed.
So, oof, is that with that being how the share with myself? I only found one way to get the fucking excuse my language, um pickle out of that jar top. How you get the fucking pickle out of that jar top?
Believe it or not, mustard.
Really?
It sounds counterintuitive as hell, but mustard is what was the trick for me.
Vaseline is what I found to get it out, but
Yep, mustard, and then like hot water and soap too. But the soaking them in mustard, for some reason, that it's got some type of agent in it that reacts with it.
fucking lost the product. Well, it was I smoked it, some of it, not much of it, but some OG Kush one time I stashed first time in a pickle jar, and fuck, get you high, but it was it was like smoking a pickle. Oh, it was terrible.
So here's some of those seeds that I popped. 3,000 or
Nice
so of them.
pheno hunt there. Or yeah. Are
Yeah,
they all
and
the same strain?
yep. And like, so one of the things that I did was, so they're feminized seeds, and they say that usually about one out of every 1,000 seeds will be a male. And then I also took into consideration that um, a lot of times the males will grow, 20% faster on average than a female will. So they can kind of get up above the females and pollinate them quicker or easier. So I took within those 30,000, anytime that there was a fast grower or one that was kind of ahead of the others in that tray, I would take those out and I would put them in their own tray until I had maybe 10 trays or something like that. And with 30,000 plants, I was expecting that I would find roughly 30 females, because both the prior years, even though they were much smaller amounts, we found that same ratio of males. So and then it turns out that I found 3 males out in that field, and all the other ones I found in my little ones I sequestered, to where it worked that much that I figured, if nothing else, these ones will be good to clone because they were faster growing in the beginning. Or I know I put aside all the ones that had that world phyllotaxy too, just because it's kind of something, I don't know if people play with that much at all, but I hear people asking about it all the time, where you see 3 stems coming out of this at a node versus 1 or 2. But I guess I lost my train of thought.
Just laughing at me talking about people eat. So, man, that's a nice little pheno hunt there. I mean, so 1 out of 1,000 did you get in your experience? Uh, did you less than that or more than that? Right on.
Well, it's usually pretty much right on. It seemed, because I want to say that I only found 3 of them out in the field that year, and I found like 20 of them inside, because I just kept all the ones in the trays that were ahead of the others. And another I mean, the caveat to that is that they could have just hermed on me, because they were in small trays for so long that the science isn't really that proven on what I did. It's just could have been a coincidence. But yeah, it was one of the many little things I guess I've tried. See what else I can find on this. Yeah, I was almost prepared to do this before, but I kind of let myself go at the end here. So here's some plants with really bad footage. These are the bags I'll put them in. And I'll take like that orange stuff you see is like that stretchy nylon tape for like I don't know if it's garden tape or what you buy it as, but I'll use that to kind of cinch my plants down. Um, Here's kind of a video. Maybe it is better this way. And these are hemp, and they're about a month from harvest. Sorry for the horrible quality, but And this was on a I don't know if you can hear me right now, but this was on a really foggy day, and like there was drizzling in the air, so it looks like there's white all over everything. When it's just that's just
Oh, there's some big, that's some beautiful field.
and then a lot of these I took them and bent them to the north when they were small, and then just kept staking them down, spread them out. But with that 30, with these seeds too, they they had so much variation, it was hard to keep everything happy at the same time.
It looked super sativa-ish. They finish out at that latitude.
Yeah. Well, no, they were all.
Or thin leaf cultivars. I guess that's how we're
But
probably
there were both. Like you could see some.
terminally.
There were some fat leaves. So like there were some more indica ones in there too. But I mean, for all I know, this wasn't hemp that I was growing, but I won't get into that.
Yeah, that'd be a nice sight to wake up to every morning for sure.
Oh yeah.
Looks like I'm bowling. So what is there? What cultivar are we looking at? It. What's the
This
name?
is berry blossom, but I feel like I don't think it was just one cultivar, but I was told it was berry blossom the whole field.
Nice. So is that you just you working that field? A lot of work, my
Yep.
friend.
Yep. There was one other guy that came and helped do mowing every once in a while, but he was more of a pain in the ass than anything because I didn't really want mowing done. But they figured. But as far as I was the only one that had control of the water or feeding them or anything. But the majority of these ended up with stems that were bigger than a pop can on them.
What are we looking at? We look at it looks like a couple of acres, easy.
20 acres.
Nice. No support. Look at that, nice and strong.
Nope. Yeah, and like that one, a lot of the ones here are bent over too. They have a whole lot more tops than normal. Yeah, I'm kicking myself in the ass for not taking better videos and shit. But yeah.
Pretty awesome. That's a large field, man. That's a lot of work.
And the whole time too, I was under the impression that we were going to be doing stage harvesting and um, selling a lot of the tops for smokable flowers, so to speak. When in fact that wasn't what happened in the end. Um, let's see here. Instead, we had a combine, and so the black bar that's above the top of this chopper head is about 6 feet off the ground.
Why does that just look so fucking wrong? This is like heartbreaking. Why does this hurt so bad to watch?
Yeah, it is. I'm pretty sure I had tears in my eyes at some point.
Oh man. And
Yeah.
canvas just it doesn't seem right. It should it to be harvested like that. So cold. Damn. Oh, it's lifeless almost. Am I the only one? Am I only the only one fucking having a hard time watching?
The sad thing is that this is going to be more and more the case of how it's happening. Um,
They don't care if there's a little chlorophyll in there, you know. They're not going for. They'll put
It's
in
like
tape. So
that was like watching a cannabis like slaughter, man. Oh man. Oh, that was disheartening as shit.
and then they pack into bales with nitrogen.
But that's like what Breeder C's talking about right there, man. It's
Yeah,
doing that and fucking turning it into oil. He said in a fucking hour. Imagine from that to that in a fucking hour. Just damn.
yeah, it's the future. I'm afraid to say.
Yeah. Well, you know, at that point, probably that's what I see the autos. That's what I see as an army of autos, just like that. Yeah. Major
yeah.
420 auto army right there. Gee. What's up, buddy? Oh, that was tough to watch. That'll be large cannabis too. That'll be like a field of that. That'll be your pack. That'll be your high times pack of 20.
And like I say, those plants were all in the ground a month late. They were, I mean, didn't have irrigation to them for a month. They were throwing a lot of curveballs, and they were put in way late too. I don't think we put them in until the beginning of July. And yeah, it was just.
So shit. Now I can't help but wonder what the hell's going on in Minnesota. Shit, I've had a past guest on that said he used to throw his plants against the wall at one point to kind of test them out. And I heard you in the beginning of this talking about you kicked your plant and then you turn around and slow show me a slaughter video.
Yeah,
It's kind of funny though, but it's not.
no, I think the only plant hate around here is the major hating autos. Um, Here's my pet squirrel from a few years ago.
You say squirrel?
Yeah,
Yeah, Rocky the squirrel.
my High Times Amsterdam T-shirt, or my Hard Rock Cafe Amsterdam.
Mhm.
Yeah, here and then you were that same squirrel. Baby formula in a little thing. But when we found it, it didn't have its eyes open yet. It had been orphan knocked out of its nest.
Seems like that'd be the only way to, domesticate it, I guess. Right?
Yeah, I guess I'm not even sure. My neighbor had a tiger when I was growing up. But I've always wanted to have a pet skunk. Like apparently you can get them deglanded and shit. But um, skunks have really particular eating habits to where like some states even make you have to get a license to care for one because they're so expensive to feed because I think they can only eat green foods or whatever. And head of lettuce a day adds up, I guess. But that, and I guess skunks don't have a natural homing device. So if they wander away from home, they won't find themselves back. So that's one other caveat of owning a skunk. But I've seen them before. I've been to a place where skunk hopped up in the guy's lap and he had it trained like a cat, and it was the fucking coolest thing I thought I'd ever seen at that point.
What do you feed it?
It was just, it was just baby formula for the first several months, and then I want to say it just ate cat food or dog food, one of the two. I can't remember. And then we would feed it field corn, like just out of the corn crib, and it ate that quite often too. But we let it outside, and it would, because it would come back to my name, and we let it go up in the tree, and then after so many times, it just didn't want to come back. So then that was the end of that. Wish I would have spray painted his tail white or something to be able to recognize it, but I don't know if it became a barn cat meal or if it's still living today. I don't know. I can tell you. Or like, we'll store some video of. This is like the first year. I spent 3 or 4 months doing this. Hand bucking hemp. I guess doesn't want to go full screen for me, but we use these little kiddie pools that we got at the dollar store, and after one would get filled up with bud, I'd dump it into a contractor's bag. But talk about like static tech or something, like all of the static from the pool would make like it would just be covered in keef on the bottom, to where like I would get a handful of keef for every fucking pool full. That's kind of interesting. Here's a cut top that's been in water for like 12 hours already. And it's still nice and fucking turgid. Here's that irrigation machine I made. My had some good times on that piece of shit.
There are a lot of joints and a lot of awesome days in the field.
Here, I wish I would have written some more of my notes down. I know I had a bunch of different shit too that I was thinking about. But oh, have you ever heard of Michael Vogel? Like
No.
big time king. So one of the so it's like of the guy that's supposedly invested $150,000 into the company last year. His last name was Vogel, and I was kind of looking into that, and here there's a bunch of case law that has family members growing weed in his name. But I came across a guy that there's a C-SPAN 2 video of him or something like that, where John Kerry is questioning him like at a big government meeting or whatever, like I forget what they would call it, whatever. He ended up like narking on a bunch of people basically, but talking about his he was responsible for smuggling like 500,000 pounds, or maybe it was even 500,000 tons. But in any case, it was a shit ton of weed from I want to say Colombia back in the 80s. When he was based out of Detroit. It's kind of really interesting listening to the stories that he would tell. Like they would get paid in like for every for every plane load that they would smuggle in, they would get a gold medal with a diamond in the middle of it and shit. And certain guys had like just like several several scarves filled with these medals and shit that they'd smuggled so much of it in. But you know.
Yeah, there's always crazy stories. Backbones of cannabis today.
Well, suppose here's another one then. Totally forgot it was going to tell this. So this spring, or I'll even go back a little further. Have you ever heard of the Cornbread Mafia? Are you aware of them?
Yeah, I've heard of them.
Or like Bickett OG, you might be familiar with from Michigan there. So what the Cornbread Mafia was back in Kentucky, all the moonshiners up in the hills, they kind of turned to growing weed back in the 70s and like after World War I and World War II, and they started to get really good at it. And for quite a while there, a lot of the weed that was people were thinking that they were smoking that was Jamaican and shit was actually coming from Kentucky. And it got to the point where like the first aerial surveillance, like the first helicopters were the ones that they flew over Marion County, Kentucky, to find all these fields that these Kentucky guys were growing. And so they expanded their operations and they moved out of state, and they started growing in all these different states across the country. And one of the states they landed in was in Minnesota, and it was they had I think it was a 300-acre farm or 175 acres maybe, but it was as luck would have it, it was right. My brother's property actually butts up to their old farm, and I'd heard stories growing up that there's this huge weed farm that was silos full of weed, and the barn was full of weed, and there's all this weed in it, but it was always just kind of like a myth or a fairy tale. I didn't actually know it was actually really a thing, but like back in 1986, the biggest marijuana bust I think still in domestic history was when they busted that farm there in Minnesota, where it was, I mean, many tons of weed. And when it comes to this whole, when I learned about the feral hemp and everything, you know what, I went back to the farm that I told you about at the beginning of the interview, where I first stumbled across those plants in the sand pit. And I asked him, if they were, or explained that I was looking for his feral hemp, and he said, well, no, but my dad used to grow around here. And that kind of got me into the mindset, well, maybe there's feral plants around my brother's place. Maybe some of that cornbread weed is out there. And then that kind of got me searching out there. I haven't found any yet, but I still have my hopes up. But when the beginning of or the beginning of this year, when I was doing I had a nice pocketbook to spend on buying seeds, and I wanted to try to find something special. And like I said, I went after some of those bought a whole bunch of triploid genetics from Colorado CBD. Then like high alpine or high alpine genetics too. They had some really tasty rhubarb pie that I'd smoked previously. Went after some of those, but then and then just for shits and giggles, I sent a message to Bickett and Boone CBD, because they actually grow hemp nowadays. They're all been out of prison now. But when they got busted, it was like 70 guys that got busted, and no one spoke a word. And they go by the omerta, which is like the Italian mafia code for no one says shit.
It should be.
And just I asked Robbie Bickett personally if I could say his name, and he said okay. So I'm not. I know I'm kind of breaking omerta just saying it, but name dropping here. But So when I first was growing hemp for the buddy, it was in Otter Tail County, Minnesota, and every single one of the sheriffs and from the county, they'd stop by, and a lot of them got out and talked to me and everything, and it was that's the same county that he had got busted in. So I sent them a message and said, hey, do you guys have any genetics that I could grow, or any seeds that I could buy? And they said, well, we don't sell any seeds or let anyone else grow our genetics. But and I said, well, the thing is, I'm growing by Otter Tail County, and I would gladly take the first ounce and deliver it personally to the Otter Tail Sheriff's Department, and with instructions on how to what's the word I'm looking for? Suppositorily, administer it or whatever. Or in other words, with knowing how to shove it up their ass. And I just kind of sent that message. It was a little better worded than what I just did now, but not even expecting a response. It's kind of like writing a letter to Santa Claus type deal. I think I sent Kevin Jodrey a message too, or just kind of sent, asking whatever, but just asking for people for what hemp strains they might have. And to my surprise, they actually got back to me and agreed to let me grow, even though they were just growing cherry wine. They agreed to let me grow basically Bickett and Boone cherry wine, where I would have been the only one outside of them in the country to grow it. And but because I got fucked over by my investors, I never got that chance, or it never came to fruition. But so that's just kind of a nod to where you can reach for the skies, and sometimes shit'll surprise you.
Oh, yes, it sure the fuck can. That's for sure. I think myself and everybody can agree with that.
What there's still hope next year. And we'll see how much longer the hemp thing is going on here. But Jesus! Oh, by the way, happy 420, everyone.
Right on.
Got to catch one of them.
So, would you prefer to continue to cultivate hemp, or would you, change your sites to straight up cannabis?
Oh, I'd love to be smoking the dank barn, hands down. Yeah, I'd rather be growing the weed, but like I say, I have come to the realization that hemp is actually, it's got a lot of benefits to it. And like say, if we can only get the infrastructure back that we used to have, there used to be, I think, 44 hemp mills in Wisconsin alone, back before they tore them all down.
Hmm.
I know Minnesota had 11 of them at one point.
Yeah, when you talked about farrow weed, the closest I can remember of like the ditch weed for me is like Ohio, Illinois. People trying to drive down there and fool people and grab that hemp weed out of the ditches and shit. But yeah, I don't remember like, just it being here in any type of way.
Yeah, no, I've seen it quite a bit. Growing up, it was always ditchweed. It was always a thing, but it wasn't until the last several years that I've actually thought a lot more about, or a lot more of it, or held it in a lot more esteem, or higher esteem.
In that case, would you see, hemp be a better in a auto form, or is it better to take the photo period approach to it?
Well, I think you'd want to do it with the photo period, just because you get that much more fiber and everything that way. You get the bigger plants, but or maybe on a, it's hard to say on a huge scale. Like what Breeder Steve is talking. I haven't grown a 10 acres screen of green, so I couldn't tell you.
Right on. Well, the only thing, as I'm sitting here talking to you and thinking about, the amazing plants and, growing them well, but is that structure of a plant kind of, because we're talking about like more fiber, plant fiber itself. Uh, better left like in a untopped method straight up for like the straight fiber versus the manipulated plant to where there's a lot more, just like a board, a lot more knots and shit in there. You know what I mean? To
Well, I
where you
think,
make the lumber, more knot free, I guess.
yep, yeah, like old growth versus stuff that's growing in a tree lot.
All right.
Yeah, like there's, um, I want to say that so the hemp, the CBD hemp that's growing primarily right now is not necessarily like the full root or Alice. Because a lot of the plants, I mean, you would not, you'd be hard pressed to guess whether it was a hemp or marijuana. I mean, they grow that much similarly. Because I think a lot of them are crossed, down the road with some maybe THC cultivars or something. But yeah, I guess it's hard to say it. Like the guy gets into it a little bit, like in that cannabis conundrum video where he talks about the science between or the science behind the what you call it, the genetics and everything. But like if left long enough, I think that a marijuana plant will actually kind of revert back to CBD because CBD is actually a dominant trait of it. And so if left over long enough periods of time, I think that it'll actually eventually revert back to CBD dominant, or that deleted gene will come back. Or I don't know exactly how to explain it, but
Yeah, like letting it get back to like a land race. You think it would go back?
yeah,
Naturally select to go back that way.
yeah. He explains a little bit in that video that I'm talking about, because like when they would do their crossing with the high THC plants and the hemp plant, um, they were expecting Mendelian um, results, where you'd get, like with Mendel's peas or whatever, like a pink and a white flower, you get, or you got your red flower and your white flower. Half of them are going to be pink and quarter going to be red, and quarter going to be white. Whereas when they did that with the CBD and the hemp, it'd always lean a little bit towards the CBD side, to where I want to say eventually it would happen where it would just become CBD dominant again. But I'm not a geneticist, so I am just talking shit with Eagle.
Experience counts in my book, man. I'm very adamant about sticking up for the bro science type shit. I don't think it has enough weight as it does. It's in some circles even kind of joked about the bro science, even the term. But I think in a lot of ways that there's people doing a lot of fucking cool shit that for one reason or another they just don't take note of, because to them it just makes sense. You know what I mean? You're like, man, somebody's got to figure that shit out by now, or you know what I mean? So you keep with your methodology, but necessarily just aren't taking notes or whatever, documenting what you think is something new. But then, you come out and tell everybody or whatever, and then all of a sudden it's labeled bro science because,
Like, have you ever done any, like, talking about torturing plants again, like any stock splitting or any of that stuff?
oh yeah, oh yeah. I had tortured these plants in many, many different ways. Indra was on the show at one point talking about splitting them like your plants. I seen right there at the ground and pulling them open. He was talking about getting, I think 25, 30 pounds per plant, if I remember correctly,
Oh yeah,
by splitting it like that.
you can spread them out a long ways, or like Cushman chiropractic, where you crack their neck at every knuckle, kind of.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's always supposedly, I don't know if he claims in one of his videos that it gets like 30% more uptake or whatever, but that's what I tend to do on my personal plants. I like seeing the big fat knuckles.
I honestly think, and I've always said this, that I think every one of those, like you say, 30 more percent uptake. I think that's because it doesn't necessarily flow back down. I think each one of those snaps is almost like a step dam.
Like a
You
one
know
way
what I mean?
valve.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It ain't coming back out. It's forced to be used type thing.
Yeah. Or like um or using jasmonic acid. You can buy jasmonic acid from like scientific supply stores. It's expensive as hell, but that's kind of what one of the compounds that like induces senescence at the end or whatever. There's like a whole there's a I forget the name of the fucking it's there's like um processes as the plant goes on that have to do with jasmonic acid too, but I know Mr. Toad's fucking yelling them out right now, but they're but I know I've read a lot of white papers that say that jasmonic acid will increase terpene or increase trichome development by like again one of these astronomical numbers or whatever, where it surprises me that people don't just feed them that shit. Or again, when you're inducing stress, you're making them produce more of that naturally. But
Thank you. Yeah, that's I've said that for a long, long time with the argument back and forth. But if you look back at any of my plans, they very, very, they're not supported very well. I'm usually to the point where I love to watch them go from this to where they're like right before that's the
oh yeah,
time right before they snap. That's when that's when they are supported. Other than that, that plant loves that stress as far as terpene and trichome production. I'm
oh
right.
yeah. Some of the most aromatic plants in those fields were the ones that got slapped around by a windstorm at one point, and have branches that are holding each other up and shit.
I was saying the other night, I think, we're talking like the recipe of the outdoors and uh they started off with crediting the sun. I'm like, that's got a lot to do with it, but I think it's more the other, environmental factors, stressors, you know, that make it what it is. The difference between indoor and outdoor, that constant sway of the wind. You know what
Oh
I
yeah,
mean?
well,
They're constantly working, twisting with a hard wind and like snapping that stem and making them stronger and shit. Uh, what are your thoughts on indoor outdoor? What makes it more special? And your
oh
even
totally.
let's throw this into the mix. Greenhouse. There's a happy medium.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, I'm still just a novice in my own right. I haven't done a whole lot of indoor, but as far as just from what I know, yeah, I'm sun grown outdoors. You get them on a mountaintop like Kevin Jodrey, and you're ahead of the game. Um, Surprised people aren't trying to grow them up in tree stands and shit, so you get that much more wind and that much more brutal temperatures and shit. I don't know, but yeah, definitely a fan of the outdoors. Like I say, and greenhouse can still get you so much closer to it too, but to get all that wind and all that, even just yeah, I guess I'm not sure where I was going with that.
So what's the environment like there in that field? I guess what's your was your biggest obstacle of growing where you're?
I would say, well, for me, for that year, it was getting rid of all the feral hemp they had growing around, because there was males in the site. I mean, I must have picked 100 males, and it only takes a 6-inch male to pollinate a fucking field, and it. I mean, I don't think I got all of them, but I got the brunt of them. But otherwise, with the field of that size, it's hard to get them. If when there's a 6-foot plant next to a 2-foot plant to make everything happy, to not overwater and underwater. I think that was kind of my biggest challenge and everything. Kind of keep ahead of them with the IPM. All sorts of different ways I kind of tried to do that, and like I like taking and steeping, making my own, like steeping anything like nightshade stuff, tomato leaves, potato leaves, nightshades in general, steeping them in water.
Aren't nightshades poisonous? Right?
Well, they're all
Us anyway, right?
well, like tomatoes are that's the plant family Solanaceae, I believe. And they all have nicotine in them too, which is kind of like tomatoes and potatoes have nicotine in them. I mean, to an extent, but something about the leaves of all those of that family does. It's a natural insecticide, and I've taken that many times and steep a whole bunch of it overnight and put it in my spray and spray the perimeter of the area. Or like in veg, there's this solution stuff that's called garlic barrier. That's like really strong garlic, but it'll you spray it on your plants and it'll actually the plant will like suck it into its inside of it. So if a bug were to try to eat the plant, it would taste the garlic, but you can't smell or taste the garlic from without, like, outside of the plant. And but I don't know how that works, if that transfers to the flower or not. I never actually did any scientific test on that, but I know it definitely helped. Or like for keeping deer out, we would take fishing line and like prop it up so it's like a foot off the ground or 8 inches off the ground, and like every foot you'd have another fishing line, so you would have like a whole bunch of perimeters that are each one is a foot bigger than the other one or whatever. And because the deer would get tripped up in it, but they can't see it, so they get so they'll get pissed off and just kind of leave you alone. I brought that up on a during chat one point, and someone said that they tried it and it worked great until the deer figured out to eat the fishing line. Then it doesn't work so well. But that are taking even hair, like deer are deterred by human hair. So if you go and cut a bunch of hair and hanging it in the trees around your perimeter, that'll give you a little bit of a hand, I guess.
Eh?
Rigs and like soaked in diesel, I've heard too.
I've never heard that. Of course, I've never really put any serious effort into growing outdoors. It's always been more of a security risk as I've kind of looked at it.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of people. As far as the hemp goes, I know a lot of people have stolen a lot of hemp and been probably gotten pretty disappointed when they realized what they did. Like, yeah, I got half my crop stolen this last year, so I can feel that completely. Kind of funny when they own a damn grow facility in Pueblo. They need the steel plants, but I must grow that much dank weed, I guess. That was some pretty fire stuff. It was Dosido G13 cross with Tasmanian Kush. Best smoke I've ever had.
Right on. So are you preparing those plants hole by hole, or how'd you start all them girls off?
With the large on the large field,
Yeah.
those were I mean, primarily they were going just the 72 cells for at first, and they were actually in those for damn near 2 months, where it was a lot longer than I would have liked to have had them in there. But then we used the what's called a water wheel, which is like it's made for like larger agriculture. For it'll have there's like 4 seats on the back of it where and then these big wheels, steel wheels that punch a hole in the ground every so often, and it also it'll fill the hole up with water, and then just by hand we would put each seedling in the and hand pack it back down, and like I used willow water in the tanks, and then like I want to say maybe a bunch of Epsom salts and stuff like, and a couple other little helpers, but nothing too crazy, I guess, as far as like amendments and whatnot. I mean, I hit them. I mean, sometimes twice a day with compost extract the first month, but which is basically the only food we actually gave them, and then some. I want to say right before flower and like in the beginning of flower, we used some. What's the name of the company? Grow was the food we used. Um, I think NPK Industries or whatever was the company, but that's still so close to salts to me to where it was just I'd rather take them and leave them, I guess. But or like my personal ones, I made a lot of different FPJs, and I mean I'm always making a seed sprout tea of this sort of that, or like my buddy with the brewery, he always has a lot of leftover barley bags at the end of each run, so I'll get a bunch of free malted barley, either just mix them straight into soil, or like I didn't have any worm bins going per se, but I would take giant sheets of cardboard, and I'd rip off the face of it so like the corrugation would be exposed, like the ribs, and I would face those ribs down onto the ground, and the earthworms where I'm at would come up, and they would just fill up all of those cracks with they just loved it in there, and when you would come, and especially when if you come like after it rained or something like that, that whole entire piece of cardboard would almost be full of worms, or half worms, and the rest of it would be, all those cracks would be worm castings. So I'd just sit there with a good glove on and fucking slop off a good couple handfuls worth of castings off of that cardboard, and I would mix that in with my extract, or when I would be making my extract. That's one of the things I used quite a bit. Or also like I'll do a anaerobic tea, or like I'll a lot of times I'll have ones going that each one will be a different plant. Like one of them will be solid burdock, or one of them will be just solid stinging nettles or whatever. But like this last year when we had a whole shit ton of plants, I had one that was just cannabis, where it was either when I was defoliating, or like we'd always get ones that broken stalks and broken stems, and sometimes entire plants, and they would all just go into a 30-gallon tote of water, and I would take a piece of plastic and lay it over the top of that, and then fill some more water over that or into the plastic, so it would be a airtight seal. And then I would slap a lid on top of the whole thing, and then every week or so I would come and stir that up, and then before long you just have there's no plant matter left. It's just all dissolved in the water. And then I've done both ways, but I mean, like if I were to recommend it to anyone, I would recommend to aerate it first before you use it, just so you get back to the aerobic stage kind of. But I know I've done it with just the stale shit, and they still fucking love it. The plants seem to, at least. Or even just taking a 5-gallon bucket and pouring it back and forth from 2 buckets will kind of aerate it enough to kill off some of the nasties, but let your plants fight for it, I'd say. I don't know.
So what are your thoughts on do you think outdoors, you're like when you talked about like spreading a plant like that, do you think you could use or grow a plant kind of, they are very similar to like a tomato plant and very super fast rooting plant itself. Uh do you think you could actually grow it somewhat like a tomato or out of control or grow it like an out of control tomato plant or almost like a banyan tree to where you'd spread it open every so often, pin it to the earth and then encourage, maybe even scrape back the bark like you did with the willow tree and encourage rooting every so often so it was kind of uptaking as
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I know I've even heard of oh, what's her name? There's a gal out west, out in California, that I want to say she runs like the organic growers group on Facebook or something like that. But they take them, and they've actually experimented with that, where they take the lowers and they make them go back underground to root. There's a couple. I want to say Weed Schooling. That's a YouTube site where I kind of first learned to do the bending them to the north thing, and a lot of it is just so, because the sun is, if you're in the southern hemisphere, it's reverse. You want to bend them to the south then, but it's just so the sun can get at more of the branches and everything, is the premise behind it. But yeah, I would take mine and I would bend. I think I had one of them that was a good, like, I don't know, 16 feet wide or something like that, where it was just yeah, I kept taking that apical meristem, and I mean, sometimes it could be every day almost, where I would go and I would take like a flags, like the electric company will come in when they flag your yard. I'd like to take those, and I would either stake those in the ground, and then I would have to tie them with tape to that, or if you got small enough plants, you can just hook the end of that flag and then pull it down with that. But yeah, no, I would take them and then kind of super cropping as I go, do that, and just spread them out as many times as I could, and just for the fun of it. And then, yeah, you could do that. I've wanted to make baskets and shit out of them, I mean, or trees or something, preformed hemp. I mean, remember the first couple of years when I was trying doing trying to do like main or manifolding or whatever, when I would top them, just at the right time, so it would always be like a really symmetrical. It was almost like a set of antlers when I was done. Or I remember I saved a couple of those plants for a while, just kind of like as antlers on the wall, just so they look cool. But I guess I'm not opposed to making art with your plant too. Doing like, what you would call it, bonsai type shit with them. I know that's been done quite a bit.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I know one person that follows the show, one lady, one cool gal, Miss Mother Nature there at one point grew a heart-shaped cannabis plant. Kind of cool, I thought. Trained it like that.
Yeah, here, I'll grab it. I'll see if I can find a picture real quick with that. Like I know there's a company in Europe somewhere. I want to say in England maybe, that they make chairs out of oak trees, and they have something like a 20-year waiting period or something like that, and they're $5,000 or $10,000 for one chair. But there's certain parks or whatever where they've got trees that have been going, like where they um done the weird plant training with them that are 20 feet wide, and I don't know, there's all sorts of cool shit that I've seen done with it. I want to say there's a whole like a theme park somewhere out west that maybe has a whole bunch of it. Yeah, shit. Here, I thought I was gonna have enough shit to go all the way till 420, and I'm fucking kind of feeling like dead air is gonna start coming up here now.
Oh, Jack caught me there. There for a second. What's the reason for the dead air there? Garden record stopper says, "Oh, moved to Vermonica or Vermont boys. I just got illegally detained in the woods for being a bong sucker." I was like, what? Kinda had me cracking up. It was the dead air on my end.
I mean, I kind of knew I wasn't the most interesting man in the world, so I wasn't expecting to have interesting shit for until 420. But
Well, it's up to you, my friend. As always, my time is dedicated to you guys nightly, so that's up to you. We can try to push on, or we can call it a night and pick up in the wormhole, or the wormhole. Wow, I can't believe I just said the wormhole. The Weed Nerd World. That's completely up to you.
um,
So yeah. So where do you plan to, like I said, I was trying to ask you earlier with all this uh going on with you right now, the door's pretty much open for you to kind of explore your cannabis or hemp dreams. If you could, yeah, you hinted towards Michigan, but would that be like the Golden Lock area for you? If you could, go anywhere,
um,
is that the place you would end up being is Michigan, or would you go somewhere else?
I guess I'm partial to Minnesota just because I've been here my whole life. Where I wouldn't, if the laws allowed it, I wouldn't do that here. But yeah, as soon as I can afford it, I mean, I imagine that's what I'll be doing here. Um, until then, like I say, I'm kind of knocking around going back to the carpentry bit here for a little bit, swinging a hammer. But yeah, I guess I'll see what the future holds for me.
Yeah, it's a tough market right now. It really is. You know, I was thinking this earlier when you were talking about, the $30 ounces there. I was thinking it was weird. My mind works in fucking super weird ways. I'll be the first to admit that. But sometimes I think in like past, present, now, basically. And so I was thinking, when you said the $30 ounces there, I was thinking to myself, I remember when people would tell me stories like that, and that's pretty fucking cool. And people would tell me stories like that, and I would think, man, that would be so awesome. You know what I mean? You'd hear the stories from back when I'd pay $30 for a lid back in the day, and you'd think, oh man, I'd love to be able to pay that. Now that we're kind of in this day and era, man, I'm thinking, oh fuck, man, I don't want to see $30 ounces. You know what I mean? It's quite the different spin.
Yeah, no, I hear some of that stuff, and And like I say, to me, making any money off of it, you know, is kind of a win for me personally, because I haven't experienced making, you know, $2 grand a pound fucking days or the $6 grand a pound days. So, I mean, to me, it's as long as I could, you know, eat a meal a day and fucking, you know, shit, shower, and shave or whatever, I'd be more than happy to spend my time doing that. But you know, even just on that small scale, whatever the craft canvas, you know, or the boutique.
That's
And
right.
thankful, you know, having, you know, finding out about the whole weed nerd community and everything. You know, there's a lot of genetics out there available that just aren't available on, you know, in the mainstream, that you know, a guy could do pretty well for himself is introducing it all, so to speak. I guess I'm not sure what I'm trying to say there, but
You know, I'm fucking at one point I was worried about the craft market. I really was. But man, as I see more and more people having to swing that hammer and shit like that, I think it's gonna be more like you say. I think that we're gonna end up going back to, you know, caregivers and stuff like that. They're gonna have to be forced to kind of give up that dream a little bit, start swinging hammers and whatnot, and just growing that fire. You know what I mean? Go
yep,
back to just having that fire and, you know, helping out a couple friends here and there and just doing it because you love it and you want to smoke the best weed. I think at some point after things level out, you know, the craziness happens, the bottom fucking drops out and levels out again, hopefully a little bit higher. Then we can, you know, come back to maybe a farmer's market type thing and uh
yeah. And like with the hemp, one of the
just
big
have a hobby at it anyway.
one of the big motivators for me or whatever, was so the hemp around here at all the CBD or all the smoke shops and everything is just ridiculous. I mean, it's all brown fucking. I mean, even the ones that all have clear packaging and everything, it's brown. Just brown is the only word I can think of for saying it. It's just junk. And I imagine it's got to turn off more people than it turns on. And that's what I was kind of hoping to do with this whole potluck farms thing, was to get some actually good green tasty weed out on the fucking market for people. Um, I mean, it exists out there, but it's few and far between, especially in the hemp market, you know. Um, so yeah, there's that, I guess.
So do you eat any bills? What I mean, there's practically no waste when you harvest like that, I guess, but man, on your personal stuff, do you you know, make stuff with your edibles or anything, your waste? You make any kind of hash? I mean, even with
Uh,
that, do you make some hemp hash? You ever made hemp hash?
yeah, I have, with both of them. But I'm kind of a fuck. I suppose you could just say I'm broke, but um, I've actually experimented doing it with just handkerchief, like a dollar store handkerchief, just doing dry sift, and I've gotten really good results in both sides doing that. So I've never actually gone out and bought the bubble bags or silk screen at this point yet, but just doing that just to try it out. I've done it with both. Um, yeah, and then other than that, I mean, the stocks go back into um, either just ferment them in straight water, or they go into the compost. And I guess I'm a flower guy more than anything, so I'm not the huge edible guy or the huge um yeah, I guess I don't know. I'm just feel kind of like a snob, I guess. Kind of like Minnesota now allows. We had some weird instance where they made it legal to have edibles that had THC derived from hemp in them. So, but in order to do that, I mean, it takes a hell of a lot of fucking hemp that's below 0.3% THC to get 5 milligrams of THC per serving or whatever that, what it amounts to. Um, I'm pretty sure that's just the way, just a law that some of these big conglomerates made and put into a bill so they could get rid of their waresheds full of hemp that they had that were going nowhere. So they shook some hands and made it law to get rid of it that way legally. But but to me, it's an adulterated form of it. It just doesn't. It's not the same to me. I guess I don't know. I mean, yeah. I guess I don't know. It's hard to say. I just like smoking my flower, I guess.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. And, and that another thing we talked about it earlier, and I kind of mentioned, I hope they don't ever know what brickweed is, but I guess the closest thing you could do to compare it to them is giving like a flower, a rosin chip. You know what I mean? That's been pressed. There you go. If you want to know what brickweed is or was like, smoke that. That's what our brickweed was like when we were growing.
But some of that shit used to get you. I mean, like I say, you always hear it too. Is it the tolerance that gets you super high, or the fact that when you're just new to it, or what? But I mean, I can remember being a teenager and feeling like I was in a video game on that brickweed. Where it was like doing mushrooms, where your colors would get vivid and everything. And I mean, every just breaking out into giggles for every goddamn thing that was happening. And yeah, it's been a while since I've experienced any strains that do that to me. But
I've got a little theory on that too. A lot of it is, the changing of cannabis, but I think we won't know until I guess the next generation kind of comes out and talks about their childhood experiences. You know what I mean? Because I almost kind of wonder if it isn't just the state of our endocannabinoid system. You know what I mean? To where, and for one, I honestly think there's some type of barrier that needs to be wore down, before that first experience kind of hits you. But I think I know there's science behind it that your endocannabinoid system is changing as we grow older. So I can't help but wonder when we're in our teens and we're trying cannabis for the first time that it's in a fucking, you know what I mean, a more vulnerable state. That's why we get more laughy and whatever. You know what I mean?
yeah. But on the flip side, I have seen some, like seen several girls in particular, I guess, or women that getting them high for the first time, and they get pretty giggly. But yeah, that could be, the science has yet to be all figured out yet, I guess.
What did something like that go for? What do you sell that for? Looked pretty damn cool when it spun off fluorescent like that.
Um, Usually like $50 on the low end. Sometimes I get, I'll ask for like 65 or something like that. Actually, the one that I was just kind of that I had on there before, that was I actually sold that one already, and I went and I Indian stole it back from her just to have it on here because that was one of the nicer looking ones. But I go on that Humidor and the Flavors channel quite often, and that's where the majority of these got painted on, was on there. But I keep adding layers on them. The more layers that they have, the brighter they fluoresce, and just kind of getting that 3D aspect to them. Kind of hard to tell, I guess, but oh yeah, I don't know. It's just something that I've kind of a little niche that I found that no one else around here does it, and I think they're cool. Keeps
Well,
my
I
hands.
always wondered why Fumadors never accepted one of my 30 offers to come on the show.
I think I tried telling them that this last night or yesterday that you were asking them again, and I don't know. I think you'll get him on here someday, maybe, or maybe,
He's elusive, that's for sure.
or maybe you'll have to go on his show one day first. Just hop on there.
That's the funny thing is because I seen the comment, and no, it's strictly on a I ask first basis. I asked him first at about 30 times, and yeah, until he accepts that offer.
All right. Well, I'll let you guys figure that out, I guess.
Oh,
Oh, you reminded me though. I have a what do you call it?
I literally, if you go back and watch like the beginning episodes, I used to say it all the time when because he'd pop in chat. I'd be like, "When you coming on? When you coming on? When you coming on?" And he is yet to accept that out.
Yeah, he's got pretty nice fun show on there all the time. That reminds me, I've got a really short prison wallet story, all Cushmaster. So the first time I went out to California, I'd like I say, my buddy had saved all these really high quality strains of this, this weed that I've never realized could exist, and I knew right away that, well, when I go back to Minnesota, I'm not going to be able to find this weed. It'll be a couple years before it gets migrated back. So I took and I had a little bench vise, and I kept taking a little piece, like a bowl of each different flavor of weed, and I would clamp her down that bench vise, and then did that for 3 months, and I prison safed it, brought it back to Minnesota over on the airplane, and people were more than happy to smoke my butt weed, knowing that it was boofed at one point. So I don't know.
That time my mute button was stuck. So, what's been the strongest and weakest cannabis you've come across? What's your favorite? I guess your favorite and least.
Yeah, it'd be. I'm one of the guys that answers that like, what's your favorite kid? I guess I don't know. There's so many different. I guess the strongest stuff I'd smoked was some of the stuff I grew last year. That was that G13 Do Tasmanian Kush cross. There's something about it that I don't think I ever made it past 3 hits on a joint for a pound worth of weed. I mean, I was probably just because I was partial to it more than anything, but as far as weak weed goes, I guess, I mean, there's plenty of times I've been, people with the ditch weed growing around here that I've tried smoking that, or but even as far as the hemp goes, it kind of gets you high still. Like, it doesn't get you stupid high like weed does, but there's still that CBD aspect of it. It's part of the feeling of what I consider being high. It's I'm sure, especially more back in the day where there's a lot of the strains had a lot more of the CBD in them, where you can just kind of feel the more of the body buzz type deal, where I don't know. That's prevalent in a lot of strains, or the CBG stuff especially.
I myself kind of think you're somewhat on the right path there, because I think the higher we try to take the THC content up, I think the further away we are from getting further we're getting from the medicine itself, I think we're taking it too far in one direction.
I suppose we're not supposed to call it the entourage effect anymore. It's the ensemble effect now.
Yeah, is that the new political term?
Yeah, kind of like when every time I've said strain, you're supposed to say cultivar. The
Yeah.
strains only happen with mushrooms.
Yeah, Steve was kind of right. But
Well, you
yeah,
gotta be botanically correct, and we
we
don't
have
look like a
to
bunch of bros.
kind of push on with the times, right? I guess. And as we're digging deeper into it scientifically, I guess we need to go down the road proper
Yeah,
terminology.
and I can't wait till they start to actually figure out, when they do this mass microscopy or whatever, where they, figure out the genome and where everything was originated from. Be a lot of be interesting to see what the original plants were like. I don't know when they can do the genealogy type deals on everything.
Right. I think there's a lot of factors I think that make, yesteryear's cannabis, different than, today's cannabis. One of the things I think right off the bat is the fact that it was seed. You know what I mean? Any kind of fucking seeded weed I've ever smoked had a different effect than the Sensibilia side by side. It might not have been as heady or as high as Sensibilia in a way, but it was the seeded version always seemed to be more couch locked, or maybe a whole different heavy and a different molecule all on itself. Might have been more towards the end, or you know what I mean. There's definitely a difference in high there, but I would say it's equal but different. That's all. And I think
Yeah,
that's what's the difference between yesteryear and today's campus is, there's just once is there wasn't as much sensibility. We fucking all flung seeds. I think
yeah,
that I don't know. My opinion anyway.
yeah. I kind of what was I gonna say there? Nope, I lost my train of thought.
We're talking about the way the different effects, seeded, non-seeded. Uh,
Yeah, well, I mean, they say that the second it gets seeded, that I mean, the plant starts putting all its energy into the seeds versus the metabolites, so that you automatically go way down in your um, production of cannabinoids. But there's only I just read a white paper on it too, that there's something about there's only a couple like phytocannabinoids or whatever that went up were the only things. But I don't know, it's kind of like with the whole, what is it, CBN or whatever, when you kind of knock your plants around, and that effect is something that people are starting to desire as to some point now. Um, yeah, because so I had a cousin that he was one of the first to ever get COVID in America here. He was the first person in America to go on an ECMO machine, it's called, and to survive to tell the tale. And the thing was that he was a like an Ironman triathlete before that happened. So it wasn't like he was just some little old lady that got COVID and almost died. And he ended up being like he ended up going back, and after a year after recovery, he went and he finished another Ironman competition. But like shortly after after he was out of the hospital, even though he was, he's college educated and everything, he has, I think, maybe even a doctorate, if not a bachelor's, and he they couldn't afford his hospital bills in America here. So it just happened to be that his wife was a Canadian citizen, so he had dual citizenship. So he moved to Canada, and somehow he ended up being the director of operational excellence for Organigram, which is like I think was the largest marijuana company in North America at the time, maybe, or one of the top several. And he became like their top guy, like below the CEOs that just do the you know board meetings and shit. And I remember I was showing him, I'd walk him around the facility, the outdoor place that I was at last year, just seeing what his take was on it. And he gave me a lot of attaboys, so that kind of gave me something to strive towards, or gave me a little bit of extra hope that maybe I was doing something right. Yeah, he actually just ESPN put out a fucking half-an-hour documentary on him, and he just did a TED talk and shit. It's kind of neat. If you look up Ben O'Donnell TED Talk or Ben O'Donnell Sports Center, you'd probably find him.
So do you think as hemp will be more and more worth growing? You know what I mean? Do you think they'll start to see the more textile values of it, or do you think that with flour, or
Yeah.
or do you think it'll go the other way? It'll just go recreation. All the farming
Um,
will go towards the legal market.
Well, that's the other thing too, is I wonder if with the legal market, if those stocks will end up going into hemp type products, even though they're the only real difference is that they're like, if they were grown in the way that Breeder Steve talks, then yeah, then it would be, with just the one stock and shit, then that's kind of what they want for the hemp more, for the fibers. Like I know I've got the Historical Society of Wisconsin has a whole bunch of really cool black and white photos from like the 1913 era and shit of when they did grow hemp, and they were just like 12-foot stalks that were just one stalk with the cola on the top, and that was it. And they would just be just one huge lollipop in the all the way to the ground. But
Well, when he talked about British Street talked about it, we were talking about growing sativas and more or less not giving them like an indoor bred type situation, more like put them in the ground, growing them all like firecracker style under the 12-12. You know what I mean? Just kind of let
uh-huh.
them naturally come up and boom. He said that was, the most efficient way and,
when it
quickest way to grow a good sativa.
Yeah, when it comes to a huge scale like that too, it's yeah, it's hard to say. And or when you're breeding your own seeds and you're not paying a dollar a seed or whatever hell it is, you're got a lot more room to play with it like that, I guess. But
Well, it made me wonder what that's go. There was a reason why I asked him about kind of growing the sativa that way, both because I do think it will. You could shave a lot of time off of, the
but
grow.
it's the same concept of the sea of green or whatever, where they would, instead of having 4 plants in a 4x4, you'd have 40 of them, in a half a gallon pot or however they used to do it.
Well,
Um,
I threw some indica seeds in a pot at one time, just sitting around fucking smoking in the grow room and kind of chucking them, here and there in a pot. And I couldn't believe that even in the 12-12 light cycle, I still got a plant that was almost 30 inches tall and had, a decent amount there, but that was all, here nor there because I didn't expect it. You know what I mean? In fact, I was surprised. I actually thought it was part of the plant I was harvesting. Then I was like, oh shit, this, this had a little volunteer right here that had grown completely in 12-12 cycle like that. And I was surprised that anything came of it.
Yeah, it's like, but like I say, the other thing too is that in the future, when we have these huge, 1,000-acre fields, pollen drift is going to be a huge concern. That's why I'm surprised that no one has triploids out yet, as far as THC is concerned. Or it's either they're going to have to move to triploids, or or just autoflowers. If there's something that can't get pollinated, or they're going to be introducing kill genes and shit like Monsanto, or
Well, even at that, I mean, he even talked about the triploid, the sterile female there is best as a clone form. Oddly enough, at one point I seen a planting method, and I'm still not. I can't remember. I think it might have been like rice. They were planting in like a clone-like form to where they had clones almost like on a tape. You know what I mean? And they would pull the tape through the ground there, and they were already spaced, and they were just pretty much walking. Somebody was walking by and kind of stomping it in them. I wondered if you couldn't do the same with, cannabis clones like that.
I wonder, or I've taken, you can take a willow tree, for instance. If you take a branch and like I've taken ones that it's like a solid branch, but then it has a whole bunch of whips coming up from it. It'll happen a lot of times when a when a windstorm knocks a willow tree down or something like that. But I've just taken those whole branches before and just buried them underground, and then you have yourself a pre-made fedge already, kind of. But that's kind of a little bit different idea, I guess. Yeah, I don't know, because I mean, around here, pollen drift is already a hard thing. I mean, since there's so much ditchweed and everything around that, um, if you don't protect your plants, put up a perimeter fence around it or something like that to kind of try to knock some of it back, you're gonna have a bad time sometimes.
With some type of like screen or netting. Oh,
Well, I used it's called privacy fencing, which is kind of like it's kind of like a tarp, but it still lets a certain amount of air and water through. But they make them for like baseball diamonds and shit, where they'll put them around their chain link, or whatever. I've used that as a perimeter fence to kind of try to knock back a little bit of the bugs, bugs for one, but pollen drift, or even just dust and debris and shit. And it seemed to help somewhat, but I mean, or even just the wind, any straight line winds that would come through, those would cut them down quite a bit.
what's been your favorite? You said you've kind of moved around a little bit there. Uh, what's been the place to grow so far?
Um, I guess just really anything that was like a north facing slope. Um, was kind of the really only, yeah, just outdoors is pretty much my only answer to that. I've only grown in one state, so I can't say anything for other states so much. It's all basically been the same environment. It's just different. The stuff that does the best has always been on a north facing slope.
Does hemp have the same kind of finish time that normal cannabis does? Is it even a worry because um,
Yep.
you're
No,
not
it's
trying
good.
to take it as far? You know what I
Um,
mean? You're not
well,
trying to get to that THC point if there's anything in there. I mean,
but
still
there's
you push it too far, right?
well, so what happens is, on the flip side of that, with hemp, you don't want to go over the 0.3% THC, or then it becomes marijuana and it becomes illegal. You'll have, for the longest time, you had to destroy your whole crop because of it. Nowadays, a lot of states are a lot more lenient, and they let you remediate your plant or use it as biomass instead. There's ways around that. But so what would happen is a lot of people, they'd run them too long and they would run hot. So you want to harvest them early, so to speak, or get them tested early at least. But otherwise, it's kind of the same. It's strain dependent. I mean, within that field of 30,000, I mean, there was ones that were a whole month apart as far as flowering start, and a lot of them didn't finish at the end.
Will time or cure walk you over the line with him?
It can, yeah. Like I say, as long as it's and there's a lot of different questions about that too, whether people that have truly strains that truly won't go over that ever, or some strains are notorious for running hot, so to speak. I guess I'm not sure.
Because there is a lot of factors in that. I mean, it is a plan and it's constantly working its way through, oh God, here we go. Molecular change. There we go. Cottonmouth almost got me. And you know what I mean? Through time, heat, there's a lot of things that can change that to make it hot, if you will. So is that ever a worry for like long time storage and shit of hemp?
I guess I'm not sure so much if the storage makes a difference or not. Yeah, I guess I'm not up on my knowledge.
Well, I would think
much.
just like as THC, decays in like in a long term, it ends up in like an N. You know what I mean? CBD at some point.
CBN.
I would think hemp would be the same thing as it sits on the shelf and kind of
Oh yeah,
or
I'm sure it
ambers
does.
and shit like that. I would think that it could possibly walk over or turn into a high delta 8 or something like that.
Yeah, it's for sure. And like I say, as far as the plant, as far as they grow, I mean, they're so damn close to each other that, or especially the ones that that the seeds that are in production on the market, they grow so much like pot plants that it's you'd be hard pressed to tell the difference between a lot of them. And as far as flower times and all that, it's just the different strains have different times. Some of them will.
Over them pictures you showed, man, that would have fucking had a hard time looking. Does that make policing it that much more difficult for law enforcement? Because I mean,
Exactly.
damn,
Well,
I mean, you could probably have one, and I'm not saying in you or anybody, you know what I mean, but you could have one out of 100 that he buried here and there in that field, you know what I mean, without they would have to go through and test every fucking one of them, right?
yep. And the thing is too, is the state, they almost make it a point that you don't get caught, because when it comes to the testing, they tell you a month in advance when they're going to come out, and they set up an appointment with you and everything. But yeah, I'm sure it's been done. I mean, it might have been done on a 30-acre scale, right? As far as I know. But yeah, so like that farm was like 50 miles away from a military base here, and I thought I was going crazy for the first month, because it was right around the time when like the White House had released a statement saying that they had been investigating UFOs and shit, and I swore what I was seeing UFOs hovering over my head every night, and it turns out that what I was seeing was predator drones. There was a pair of predator drones that would come, and they would sit there and kind of hover around me for, I mean, often sometimes it was 7 nights a week, sometimes it would be just a couple nights a week, but almost every night I could look up somewhere and you'd see one of the there'd be two of them. They'd fly in partners or whatever. There'd be two of them at a time. And I imagine it was just because they were either it was my bosses with a lot of money and a lot of time on their hands, or it was just the state, the military training the state in on how to find weed plants, or they were doing some type of, they for the longest, I've always heard the rumors of where they can, just by the heat signature that it puts out, that they can, tell that it's a cannabis or whatever, but they were training him in or doing something to that, that in that manner. I don't know.
What kind of medicines do you guys make out of? You said you found it more and more. It's beneficial. Has it just been through? You said you smoked it in a cigarette form. I've actually smoked some CBD, just straight joints like that, and it's really relieved me from any. I find it's very useful for relieving uh, anxiety quickly. But it
Yep.
wasn't what I had. It wasn't necessarily. It was a Pineapple Express CBD flower, and it wasn't nothing too. I've grown Pineapple Express, and it was nothing towards the cannabis version. But it did. It made me it did. It knocked my anxiety right out within a couple of puffs.
Yep.
But
That
other than smoking it, what have been some of the other benefits? Has it been like salves and stuff like that?
well, I know I've tried like balms or salves or balms, whatever you put on your skin that are like topical analgesics or whatever the hell you call it, kind of like lidocaine or something like that, where it'll numb your shoulder, from the outside, like icy hot or something. But I mean, I've tried like where they make the most money. A lot of the companies is with the droppers, with the hemp oil in a bottle, full spectrum or whatever. And I never I never liked those at all. Uh, for one, there's $60 for a bottle like that, that'll last someone with a tolerance a couple days. It damn near seemed, even though it's supposed to be like a month's worth. I just never. I could do like you know, drink a teaspoon of that stuff, which is supposed to be like 20 doses, and still not feel the same relief as you would off just smoking the joint. You'd like fucking, you're doing the dabs and you're doing the droppers on your tongue. And you're like, well, I think it's making me feel better. I don't think I hurt as bad, but when you smoke the joint, you're like, I know this is fucking, my knee doesn't hurt anymore, or fucking, I feel like I can go to the store right now without wearing my sunglasses or something. But yeah, or like some of the hash, like just the dry stuff I've made off it, fucking hits you hard. I'm guessing. You're raising the THC ratio when you break it down that much. But um, yeah, I've gotten a few bell ringers off of some fucking straight up CBD fucking keef or dry sift.
Like that, I haven't heard that term in a while. Bell ringer.
Yeah, here I thought I'd saved a bunch of pictures in a folder and shit here I was gonna share with you. But yeah, like I say, the Wisconsin Historical Society, they've got a lot of pictures of like the old implements and shit they used to use, the way they used to chop them down so they'd lay down in the field because they'd read them that way, and then they had machines that would pick them up when they were laying down and flip them over and
They
back.
pile them though. I mean, back in the videos I've always seen in like processing, those machines would like the plants were more like the ones you showed before the ones, you know what I mean, that you had manipulated, the 12 you had manipulated. They were more just, stringy, if you will. And then
Yep.
they'd be in piles. And then they'd have machines where they'd handwork them. You know what I mean? The pound, it had just like almost like two by fours with a handle, and they would just like bang, 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 just to pulverize the stalks to get the hemp fiber out of there. That's why I kind of asked, about the training of it. If you would be losing that quality of the hemp fiber by, you know what I mean? There you go. Yeah.
Like
Show
this
us
is,
what you got. Tell us,
it's just, I think a lot of it's just this plant spacing has the most to do with it. Because like in my mind, I mean, it's the same plant. It's just one of them has a gene deletion event in it at some point where it doesn't get you high. Um,
Well, that's
no,
what a fucking that to me would look like if you were like an ant like walking through like a sea of green. You know what I mean? A dense pop. That's what it would look like, or any other dense forest.
or this
That's
is,
nature fighting disdain. You know what I mean?
yeah, like
Yeah.
this is Breeder Steve's firecrackers or whatever, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy. I don't. Yeah. Well, it's a nice dog, girl.
And these are all from I believe 1913 in Wisconsin.
I hope so. I was gonna call you out on the hat. Yeah, if the way they work that shit, in the end, look just brutal.
And they're still wearing their top hats and vests and tie to work.
I've heard the argument that one of the yeah, check that out. Imagine having to work that fucking pile with a couple 2x4, break to loose the hemp fiber. Um, shit, I lost my train of thought. All right. Oh, one of the reasons why they are holding hemp back on that, like that type of scale. Sorry about that. I'm a little bit of squirrel. Was because it is such a bioremediator, both of the land and the air there, that it would suck so much carbon out of the air that they would have a hard time with their Agenda 54 arguments about carbon control and shit like that. They say that plant would just balance everything back out on a mass scale. What are your
And
thoughts
then
on that? Sorry, I mono mic'd it there for a sec. That's all in all, watching your pictures, kind of talking to them. My bad.
yeah, it's
I love old black and whites like that.
and they have quite a few of them. Like here's the International Hemp Harvester. Find one of them in the backfield.
For some reason, I think that's more civil than that grinder that you showed us. Holy shit. The harvesting sled looks so much more humane. I don't know why that was better to me than watching them getting taken down by the big old farm machine did, man. That was damn near scarring to me for some reason. I appreciate all the photos, man. That's some cool shit.
Yeah, let's say I had quite a bit that I thought I'd put in a different folder, but I guess I'm not sure what I did to that folder anymore. I can't. It's hard to. I can access the folder, but it's hard to access it with the share feature. I guess you could say,
Right on.
or it's easier just to screen share. I guess. Um, let's see here. This is another thing that I was going to maybe say that I do is that I put up Christmas lights for a guy in one of the towns around here, that he about 10 years ago, a gal I went to high school with contacted me and asked if she said, well, you're a carpenter, aren't you? I said, yeah. She goes, you know your way around a ladder? I said, well, yeah. She said, well, my dad's getting up there in years and he kind of needs help with what he does. What her dad does is he puts on one of these Christmas light shows that he syncs music up to it. And it takes him a whole year to program just one song. And all the features that he have are homemade. And it's an ordeal, or it's the whole entire town comes out to look at it. Certain times they had to widen the street in front of his house so cars could back in at a diagonal. And I mean, he has people and a town of 5,000 people, and yet he has to have someone direct traffic during the 1 month in winter that the show runs. Even though I'm agnostic, it's like I keep thinking I'm going to put like a Festivus pole in there or something like that. But yeah, I'm actually going to be putting up Christmas lights in a couple days here already. It's not even Christmas yet or Halloween yet.
By far my favorite Seinfeld episode.
For the rest of us.
Yes. George, come here. Time to wrestle.
And he even said I could use he even said I could use PBR bottles if I wanted to. So maybe that'll happen here, but here's like a little snapshot of what the show looks like, except for this isn't synced to music, but the actual show, every song is synced to music.
It'd be cool to do something with your blades like that, sync them to music.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it. So like every one of these Christmas, every string of lights goes into a specific plugin, and there's like, I don't know, 128 controllers or something like that, something like 30 miles of cords, and everything has to go in its certain spot. But
Man,
there's
I
something.
wish I still had the passion for Christmas. Like for me, I guess Christmas is the 4th of July. I used to go out of my way. 4th of July, like that. That's fucking amazing.
I can make a little spirals in the trees and all that shit, and flip around up on the roof in the winter. And this video is several years old. He's got more features since then. Or like that thing right there is a LED tree that like can.
It said something there at the end,
Yep,
didn't it?
it'll have songs and like pictures and shit on it. And there's like a big wreath that's in front of the house that's a big LED screen.
That
Or it's a
gives
big,
me a little holiday spirit. Fucking make me feel like a kid a little bit again. I
but
went to the store today and they had Christmas decorations out already. I was like, holy shit, pretty. But seeing it in effect like that does kind of give me Christmas. That's fucking cool as shit.
yeah, and he
How old is
donates.
he?
He's in his 60s, I imagine.
Yeah.
This will be my 10th year doing it. I might kind of take over for it a little bit in the future here, but yeah.
Smiley's asking, is this something you set up or do you help him set up?
I'd say a little bit of both.
Right.
It's I do a lot of the work. I mean, as far as anything, anything off ladders and he still does all the programming. That's all him. But
Takes a team.
yeah, it's the two of us that do it most years. So
That's
yeah,
gotta be a lot of fucking work, a lot of trial and error, a lot of
but you kind of get a pattern down, after a while. Yeah, there's like, I want to say he said 30 miles worth of cords, but I mean they're all the cords get wrapped up on like the big spools when they're all made in snakes to where like each one has 40 cords all taped together that each go off to a different spot, and everyone has to have its to get set up just right. And they're still just the way the Christmas lights are, if there's one bad bulb, you got to fucking climb up the tree and fix that whole cord. It's kind of can be a pain in the ass, but it's something fun, something kind of fun I do. But he makes a lot of money for the food shelf is the main thing. I mean, I've been at a poor spots in my life where that, I had to resort to those measures, and yeah, it's a good deed. I want to say he's raised like 30 grand or 40 grand or something like that over the years.
sure had a lot of fun doing it himself.
Yep.
But the biggest payment on is that is anybody that we've talked about, as we talked about, um, in your story, perfectly example. Not necessarily worried about the money of it. It's taking pride in what you do and loving what you do. It sometimes, almost fuck that. Sometimes, every time, it's like making that meal or anything that you do, you put a little love into. It isn't necessarily a monetary value. It's the smile that you see when they enjoy it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure.
And I'm sure that you know what I mean. Even though he donates that money all to charity, which is fucking amazing, but I'm sure his payment, it comes in every one of them smiles that the people that come by and enjoy that shit. I'm sure that has a lot to do with why he still does it. I mean,
Oh
that,
yeah.
that gratitude's huge. Fills you with love. It really does.
Yep. And like and I get a little bit of that. Like I don't ever have him, I don't share my name or anything. I'm just kind of a in the shadows helping him out doing it. But I mean, just when I'm setting up, I mean, all the time, because it's right next to the school, so I get, when school gets out or whatever, you'll have all the little kids in their backpacks going, "Oh, I love it, the show! I can't wait!" And it gives you a little bit of a happy feeling.
Does he run into after Christmas for a while too?
He runs it from, I want to say, the day after Thanksgiving until New Year's Eve, and then that's it. But it has to go up, 3 months early, and it doesn't come down until, a couple months after everything thaws out.
And I'm sure a lot of maintenance in between. Yeah, it's a lot of work, man. So you've been pretty busy, I'm sure. That Thanksgiving, that's coming up really quick too.
I do a lot of it from a boom lift. Oh, and I guess here's another. I guess we got a couple things I could expound on here, but like one of them, I know you're somewhat of a metalhead, aren't you? You said you loved your Pantera concerts and shit you've been to.
Oh yeah, yeah, I love it all.
So I used to. I'm kind of a metalhead myself, and I used to run a website, or it was like they kind of call them a promotional website or whatever. Where on Facebook, um, that was called Supplemental Metal is what I called it. Like, at one point, I guess it got up to 1,600 likes or something like that. But the majority of those likes are band members themselves. But what I would do is I would I'm kind of a music snob too. Like granted, Pantera is Pantera. They're always going to be great, but a lot of the mainstream bands, I really, I can hear them a couple times, but after that, they're mainstream to me, and it's kind of, I'd rather listen to underground music. And for quite a few years there, I would go and I would search out all these underground bands. Like Russia had a whole shit ton of them, and um, bands from Germany or bands from Venezuela or wherever, where I'd find one of their songs and I would share it on there, and um, every once in a while it would make a band, like not necessarily from my site, but a lot of there's other promotional pages that do the same thing that are a lot bigger than mine was. And like there's one band in particular called Kardashev, where I remember they had like 500 Facebook fans or something like that, and their album had been out for several years, and but they're just an incredible technical band. And I shared their shit one day, and then next thing I know, they had like 5,000 likes the next day. I mean, not because of my page, but because of the page that shared it from me. But yeah, that supplemental metal. It's been several years since I've gone through it, but there's thousands of old songs. There's songs on there, video clips and shit. If you want to ever listen to some new metal that you haven't heard before, I really ought to get around one day to making a playlist with them on Facebook or something, but or YouTube, I mean. But I have not done that yet.
I do enjoy some metal, and I'd love to hear some new stuff. That's actually rocking out some Slayer as I was riding around today.
Raining blood.
Yeah. Well, south of heaven today. Only I'll be south of it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, or then another thing that I suppose I could share here, some blatantly self-promoting, is I used to listen. There's this guy on YouTube that he used to put out a video every Thursday for years, where he does man on the street interviews, where he goes to different conventions and shit, and like he'll go to a porn convention and interview all the porn stars, or he'll go to a furry convention, or he went to the gathering of the Juggalos and won first place on the rap battle and shit. But at one point he has, I guess I'll let you know how many fans, but he's got a hell of a following on YouTube, or at the time did, and 450,000 subscribers right now. But he put out an open call to, because normally he's based out of Los Angeles, where he writes for, like, there'll be like a show on, like, I forget, like some extended cable channel, where it'll be like Danny Bottagucci will watch a fucking video clip and make a joke about it, right? Or Tanya Harding or some B-list celebrity, and they make it look like they write the jokes, but the reality is there's writers to that show. Like, I'm not supposed to say that because that's a trade secret, but in any case, that's what this guy does. But most of his videos were shot in the LA area or whatever. They were shot with his own videographer that was, whose day job was working on some Hollywood studio somewhere, shooting video. And he put out an open call one time to see if there was anyone that knew how to run a camera in Minnesota, because he wanted to shoot a video at what's called the Eel Pout Festival up here, which is where a bunch of people get drunk on the ice, and there a couple fish get caught, but mostly a bunch of people get drunk on the ice. And I answered the call, and like, it happened in stages where, like, there was like 1,000 people or a couple thousand people that were like, me, I want, me. But then, like, from there it went to we would email back and forth, with a whole bunch of people, and it slowly kept getting, down to where the next thing it was, we were instant messaging, and then finally, it was just a phone call and shit. And he chose me to be his fucking to shoot and produce a video for him up at this eel pout festival. And from the beginning, I thought it was going to be like, well, he calls the shots, I'm just there to fucking point the camera. But I soon learned that apparently his videographer, his camera guy, does a lot of the behind the scenes shit, like picking out who they interview, and what all the taking all the setting up all the images or the shots and everything. But in any case, I ended up shooting this video for him. Let's see if we can. Oh, my phone's freezing up on me here. But I shot a video at this eel pout festival. Bam. And had a blast doing it. Damn it, here it is back out of it now. But so if you search for Joe Goes to the Eel Pout Festival, it was a pretty damn fun time. And this video has like 400 some thousand views already now.
Damn.
But he makes out with a fish, and there's all sorts of fun stuff going on. And then 465,000. But I mean, he went to the Cannabis Cup, which just shows a video there. That's got barely that much. And then a little bit later than that, he calls me up and he said, "Have you ever heard of WeFest before?" Which I'm sure a lot of the audience here hasn't, but WeFest is the biggest country music video or country music festival in the world, and it happens in Minnesota every year. And that video has got 636,000 views. And he said that he just called me up and he said, "If do you want to shoot for Eel Pout?" He goes, "I'm not here for WeFest." He said, "I'm not even going to have a contest or whatever." He goes, "I want you to do it," because we got along pretty well. And so then that was probably the funnest 3-day weekend I've had in my life, is being stoned as fuck at WeFest with a million chicks grabbing my nuts with a VIP press pass and whatnot.
Like a fun time.
Yeah, I mean, I got to run up the stage and put my camera right on the stage when Kid Rock was playing, as he gave me the stink eye. But yeah, it was a pretty fun experience. And I guess you'd be amazed how many girls kiss in front of a camera when you're the only ones allowed inside there. But I guess I'm gender shaming or something like that, because Joe, the host of this program, is since then gone under a sex change, is now known as, I can't think of his female name. It's I'm drawing a blank. But he's a woman now. But he is she's the coolest fucker, one of the coolest fuckers I've met in my days.
Yeah, it looked like a fucking hell of a time.
Yeah, go hit up Joe Goes to WeFest on YouTube and make me a few more points in my imaginary points book. I don't know. I don't get paid for anything for it, but he makes a damn good living off just the residuals from those many years that he did the show. Because he did a lot of episodes of them, or she did. Lily is her name now, but
those camping cannabis events are fucking, I think they're all special, to be honest with you. Good time to actually fucking hang out and enjoy what, some of the stuff you bought that day and whatever, and just, yeah, ain't gotta worry about the hubbub and shit that fucking makes them type of events cool as shit. When was that?
It was several years ago. What was it, 4 years ago, maybe now? 5 years ago now. So yeah, I'm living in the past, but still, it was a good time. I suppose it's been about 4 years ago since you got this change or whatever. But one of his funniest videos is Joe Goes Juggalo, where he goes to the the Insane Clown Posse's festival every year. That's the gathering of the Juggalos, because she's got like a bachelor's in English, and she's a pretty smart cookie and can make fun of people to their face, kind of. And it can be pretty hilarious at times. I don't know.
Not like and been to any other cannabis events or weed events other than that?
I have not been fortunate enough to myself yet. Hopefully in the years to come, I will be attending a lot of these things. But one of them too is that many people might not be aware of is there's the Bickett and Boone put on something called Hemp Fest every year down in Kentucky there, where it's kind of like a Woodstock, where they have a whole bunch of bands and camping and mighty good time. So I know it just happened just within this last month here this year, but that's something to look forward to. If anyone hasn't heard of that yet, I think it's either Hemp Fest or Hemp Stock. I can't recall.
You ever find yourself in Michigan, there's no shortage of events once you get here, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's what I've been seeing. I want to say I did some carpentry in Michigan one time, but can't remember where it was called. Putting in some docks on a lake. Yeah, our my high school, we used to be called the Indians, but we had to switch that over, back when that wasn't woke anymore, and we became the Wolverines. And we at that same time period, the lady that was she was like the marching band instructor for the Wolverines in Michigan there. She became our high school band teacher, and we adopted both the name Wolverines and like the Go Fight Win song for our school song. So like, I feel like I kind of have a little bit of Michigan pride in me, even though I've never been there, but the once or whatever.
Okay. We're a pretty welcoming state.
And we can both have a shared hatred for the Green Bay Packers.
Well, that's to each their own, I guess. I'll leave that one up to each their own.
Oh, you're a Packers fan over there?
No,
I'm
no,
not.
no. Just
it?
no preference on that, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not a huge sports fan, but that's just how you that's how you're raised in Minnesota, is to hate them Packers. But I mean, I like cheese, so I don't know.
You like Wisconsin? You'd be at home in Wisconsin? They got lots of cheese there.
They're known as the cheesehead state. I can remember the best cheese I ever tasted in my life was on a field trip in elementary school. One time we went to the local creamery. I don't know if it was whey or what the hell it was, but something that they were making there that was just fucking delicious.
We've got
But
a cheese, Pincanning cheese. It's pretty well known, not too far from here. They put out some pretty good cheese. We're no Wisconsin though. You ever think dairy cannabis will ever be like in dairy like that? Just feeding cows, just like having them
I want to say that,
in fields like that.
well, because I'm not sure. Imagine that it'll happen. I mean, at least for bedding, I know. But because I want to say the first years that we were doing, they wouldn't allow you to feed it to livestock. But I think now that the USDA has control over it, I think that you can now. But I don't know how that all works. I know cattle really don't care for the plant. I mean, we had a like 20 cattle break into our field one year, and they didn't touch the weed at all or the hemp at all. They just ate all the companion plants and shit.
Well, I wonder if that's maybe just a matter of phase of the plant. Was it flowering or?
It was, yeah, it was in towards the end of flower even. But at the same time, if you would have left them in that corridor and not let them out, they would eventually have eaten the hemp too. I mean, they kind of eat by preference. It was,
I'm wondering if they would prefer it in like more of the veg when it's like young and supple. You know what I mean? That's the phase I picture. I'm like kind of grazing, eat young
yeah,
young cannabis.
that's when the deer like them the most, at least around here. But like I say, there's ways around it. I don't know.
So would you ever fucking switch over 100 from smoking cigarettes to straight up hemp cigarettes?
I don't know. I mean, the I
Could
would
you
like
break
to.
use them? Could you use them to break the cycle?
I would like. I don't know. I'm I don't want to let go of my cigarettes. Yeah,
I could hear it in your voice.
yeah, I know. I
Oh,
don't want to be a liar and say yeah, but no. I mean, I'm sure. I don't know how many friends I've had that quit smoking cigarettes, but I'm just not ready yet. I
uh,
guess I don't know.
teach their
But no,
own.
I could totally see it being, yeah. I mean, I'm sure I smoke a lot less when I'm teaching just the hemp, but
You know. I've always wondered that anyway, if CBD cigarettes or it could because I've seen them before and I've wondered that, if they could help ease people off of the tobacco version. And fucking tobacco's a demon, man. And
yeah.
tobacco is not easy to give up, man. I chewed from I want to say like 10 to Lexi's fucking 28 or Lexi's 24. B's 28. Um so I gave up tobacco when she was born. So I from yeah. So that would have made me 26. So yeah, like 16 years of chewing tobacco. I mean, like from the time I got up to damn near the time I went to bed, it was the hardest. Oof, man, it was terrible trying to give that shit up.
And like I gave up like name brand tobacco probably 10 years ago. I mean, where I roll my own. I mean, even to this day, I think, it's for me, it's like under 20 bucks a carton when it's a lot of packs are damn near 20 bucks now, it seems. And not only that, but like people will try to hand me a Marlboro cigarette when they see me rolling one, and I don't care to smoke them. You're paying for all the extra chemicals and shit when you get to that point, which is what I wonder if that will happen with weed too. If they're gonna start putting formaldehyde in the shit or nicotine or whatever to start to say it.
Oh, yeah, I wonder that shit about anything, to be honest with you, when it gets to a large scale. I've questioned that, yeah, because it's about, weight and fucking just as much as they can get out of it. Yeah, they're gonna manipulate that. That's what they did to cigarettes. I mean, look at what they did to just straight up cigarettes. You
Or like
know?
like cigarettes, they take like 5 years worth of crop and mix it to one so they keep a consistent flavor throughout the whole entire time. So you're
Yeah.
always so you're always smoking 5-year-old tobacco and 1-year-old tobacco kind of and things like that.
Yeah, that's just yeah. No, cannabis will be like that on a large scale. I'm sad to say.
And that's like say with the pollen thing. That's why I'm so surprised that the triploids haven't become a huge thing.
Especially like the way you see that fucking the first demonstration of harvest there. You know what I mean? Once it's grounded up into that point, yeah, they don't
Oh yeah,
they're gonna give a shit what they spray or accidentally contaminated into it.
yeah, and then it's gonna be a different world coming up. But I mean,
Huh.
and I do wonder how the biomass thing will work too with all the. And I'm surprised that hasn't been more of an industry yet. I mean, it's still to this point where so many farmers have to just throw their stuff away because there are no processing facilities around. It's just the infrastructure isn't there, which kind of baffles me. I mean, I don't know if it's the paper and plastics industries that are holding it back or what, but I imagine it has something to do with lobbyists and behind the doors meetings. And
So once they squeeze that hemp like that for oil or whatnot, can they still obviously kind of use it for fiber or something else once it's been worked for?
well, it's kind of like it's kind of like it depends on how they extract it, but from what I understand, it's kind of like your spent bubble bag stuff where you get it back, but there's really nothing there. It's just plant matter at that point.
At that, I've heard that there's a lot of people that would say you can still take your washed cannabis and then make a butter out of it to get, you know what I mean, one last rod. I haven't
Yeah,
done it myself, but I have heard a lot of people say I'm wasting by throwing it out.
because we would get a whole bunch of like super sacks full of spent product from the people that did our extraction the first couple of years, and then I
Even
would.
if, as like you're talking there, as at a large scale, I could see that being used for like pulp for like paper or quick, hempcrete, or you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know.
I used a lot of it because we got like super sacks of it. So that was some of the best smelling fucking compost I've made. Where it was like I think 60% of the compost was hemp was some form of cannabis stalks or that the big bags of that stuff, and it smelled amazing.
Yeah, I mean, even with that mindset, do you think we're kind of already wasting, fuck, there's a lot of grow ops already in place. Do you think that we could be asking them to kind of recycle all that already and be making fibers and shit out of it already?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean all the stalks and everything. I mean, I imagine a lot of those go just to the garbage, so to speak.
Burn
Um,
or whatever, yeah.
where they could.
Unfortunately, what do they do it in metric? They have to be weighed and then sprayed with bleach before whatever can be done with it. What seems like waste. They have to be sprayed and deemed super unusable, right? I could be wrong. That's what I've
I
heard.
guess I'm not sure.
Yeah, they want to make sure all the extra on the waste as far as waste product is completely unusable. But again, it seems like again waste. That's the beauty of the plant. Is there any really waste to it? All the way to the roots. They're finding more and more uses for those as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess were they saying in Thailand they do a lot of cooking with the roots, for thousands of years. Where they got pissed when they couldn't do that anymore.
Shit, you pretty much made it, my friend. You're like, I thought I had enough stuff to go to 420. Here we sit at 412.
Yeah,
You made it, my friend. See, I had that feeling of a little bit of nudging. You could go the distance.
and the funny thing is, I pre-recorded a sound clip that had me with like a robot voice and everything, and it sounded so cool. And now I can't find it on my phone anywhere. And I even had an eagle going ah that was gonna screech at the end of it, and I was gonna be
I
all
can
fucking.
do that for you. I
Yeah.
can put it. I can put the screenshot. I was actually fucking around today because I did get the soundboard not so long ago, and the one I got it came with it had a fucking crow on it, and I was fucking around today and figured out how I could do it.
I had a second phone that I was gonna have with all my sound clips on it, but like I got the sound clip from Half Baked where it goes marijuana affects the memory, and apparently it does because I always pictured that was a woman's voice in that saying that, but it was a guy's voice saying it. So I learned that today.
Really?
Yeah, unless maybe it was just that part of it, if it happened more than once in the show. I don't know.
I can't believe I don't know that answer as many times as I watched that.
Maybe we were
Yeah,
looking back at $20 bill on weed, man.
I'm surprised it's not on here. I gotta fucking it's the dang soundboard. But I thought this is no lie. Look, right here it says dang soundboard. What do they have on here? The eagle fucking.
Oh yeah, or I was gonna get everyone like I know my uncle and my mom they all have several lava lamps. I was gonna just be like 40 lava lamps here just for shits and giggles. Something to look at.
I was fucking laughing, thinking, oh, guys, when I get you guys in the weed, there's a lot of fucking fun.
I'll give you all just a quick peek in my to destroy I am human, but
So,
and damn, when I'm on Humidor Store, I get a lot more painting done than I have here. I haven't even done any, so
well, I like to think that's because we've had a little bit of fun here tonight.
yeah, you had me occupied the whole time.
Yeah, I got a bunch of new sound effects. Well, I think they got. Where is it already? They got the fucking smoke weed every day is one of the sound effects.
Yep, I had that one too. It's actually in my
He even broke it up all stoner like. So, but
Smoke weed every day.
fucking guys, wait. Last time I played with, oh, right there it is.
Smoke weed every day.
There you go. Fucking, you guys are gonna hate me once I get the soundboard all fucking play. And just in the word hole. Anyway, I can't believe I did them on. Guess they applied. To talk about a little bit about the heavy metal, fuck yeah. I'm actually man, I appreciate music in so many different ways, but I do love my heavy metal. And my daughter's hopefully to be husband someday. Um plays in a heavy metal band, like a thrash metal band still, which I think's pretty fucking awesome. And yeah, I'm hoping that shakes down into the grandson. He's that musically inclined. Maybe take that.
I've got some good friends that are in a bunch of metal bands too. Or like I also used to promote shows down in Minneapolis for a few shows, where like I booked a bunch of local bands and got to go enjoy that and do all that number. Yeah, like I don't know, even if you just go to my YouTube channel, which is just YouTube/Ryan Korkowski, I think you can just kind of look at a lot of playlists and shit. Should probably go and delete some of the things in there that are crap now that I think about it, but I've got a pretty open, eccentric. I listen to a lot of music too. It's not just heavy metal. I like a whole bunch of. I mean, when it comes to hip hop, I kind of like a lot of British hip hop a little bit more, just because a lot of it's more thinking man's music, you could say. But I mean, I like all sorts of southern twang too, or folk rock and shit, folk music. Um, yeah, I don't know. Gets me to listen to some classical music here and there too, some Vivaldi and whatnot.
Oh, definitely. And the classical music's great for gardening and just overall just trying to problem solve. My- my-
I also collect pottery too, as one of my main joys in life. And here's one that's kind of I haven't identified it yet as far as the maker, but I don't know if you can see that there. It's like a Picasso face, even though it's like two penguins dancing. When you look at it from the right angle, it's one face, kind of like how Picasso would make faces like that. And like, here's a fun fact: Pablo Picasso, he would he would always wear a handgun with blanks on in it. And whenever anyone asked him what his art meant, he would shoot him with his blanks.
Really?
So the fable says, I guess.
Be a weird way to be greeted.
Yeah. Oh shit! I guess I made it, huh?
Right
Cheers.
there.
Cheers,
Cheers.
Stoner.
Happy 420.
Well, I'm not even going to ask you to tell me. This is Ryan Korkowski, and this is episode 737 of fucking Talking Shit with Eagle.
Hold on. Now I gotta make you do it again though.
Oh, you got to press record or something? Or
Yeah.
you got to do the
Well,
Eagle?
that's the thing about evolving and again the credit to Smiley's Gardens. After I did 100 of them and I went to go clip out all the sound bites, and it was a lot of fucking work to put there actually is a video of the first 100, boom 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 boom, which I need to catch them all up. I should just fuck that first 100, like I think it's 45-minute video of people just going hey
Let me know if you can hear this. I found the files where I saved them, but
the Smiley poke. I had not yet. I can't hear it. Smiley was nice enough to point out you should just clip that out, record just that part. I was like, fuck, that makes too much sense.
there's that.
No, I think on your end you may have to there might be a box that says share with sound.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can't find it right off the top of my head here, so oh well, it's okay.
But I am ready.
All right, this is Ryan.
There you go, brother.
This is Ryan Korkowski, and this is episode number 737 of Fucking Talking Shit with Eagle.
Oh yeah. Documented. Hell yeah. Well, then if you know all that part, you're that prepared, you know the rest of it. This is your invitation, your key for the weed nerd world. You're always welcome, my friend, to come and hang out anytime you feel fit. That's how it rolls. So
Awesome.
that's awesome.
Yeah. Much respect goes to you, man. I mean, I'm a lot of people get a lot out of this.
That would be super cool to see you do some like set that to music kind of thing. It's like a fucking trippy vortex.
All right. Well, you have yourself a good rest of the morning.
Right on. Thank you very much for your time. And like I've always say, it's the most valuable thing we have, man. And you gave me a nice little hunk of yours. I can't repay you for it, but I can tell you this much. I greatly appreciate it.
It's been an honor, man.
Any shout outs, anything you want to say before you go?
No, just be kind.
Oh yeah. With that being said, you guys know the deal. Don't forget to do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. I will see you this evening at 11:30 with Pedro and Disney. So you guys have a good one, and I will see you guys tonight. Peace.